All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome, fellow cats. You know what time it is. That's right. It's show time, ladies and gentlemen. And back from his extended vacation, King Cat himself. And as for me, well, I don't need to hang around here. But you can see we did find out where the video came from that I was on, and we're giving credit to those people down there below, and that would be Money Adventure. Speaking of adventures, I'm out of here and we're going to go check out what's happening in the world. We'll see you later, everybody. Here's King Cat Tyler. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm so glad to see you all could make it in. And yeah, all right, we're back, we're up, we're running. And hey, welcome, 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 welcome. Thank you for being here. DD Files is here with me, checking things out. I am going to get up here a message that says, hey, everybody, I'm back. Yes, yes. And why? Well, I think we're at the bottom, right? I think we're at the bottom. Everybody, Catfish welcomes you all. Boop, boop, boop. We're up and we're running. And I want to thank you for being here. Yes, indeed. Took a little bit to get my bearings straight here. But as you can see, this number we are at, 842. Let's come up here and show you what that means. Why and what's so popular about that number, I don't know. But it's like the 855 number used to be. And so we'll show you what I mean here in a minute. Let me just get over here to the historical data. And welcome one and all. Thank you for coming back. And I'm sorry that I had to be gone for such a long time, but really, relatively nothing was going on. I kept an eye on it. I saw what was going on. And all we're seeing here is just a slow bleed process to try to eke out all they can each day. But let's go back and look here at the lows here that seem to be very relevant to them. This number here, 842 right here, you see it 2 days back, right? So this is nothing new, no big surprise. And now it looks like, boy, it got to that eight number again. We saw 841, so they're excited and ecstatic. I'm sure that they got it down another penny today. That looks like a sign of strength for them. So thank you all for being here. Hey, welcome. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry I missed. I'm trying to watch them both at the same time here, and we are thankful for you being here. I actually think I want to try to reverse these screens because I've got my chat over here on the left, and I want to see if we can do that. So just give me a second while I play around. Roland Dubs, thank you for being here, Roland Dubs. And I might have said Dubs. I'm a little bit off the recuperation mode. We're here almost like jet lagging this morning. But it sure is good to be back. I appreciate everybody being here. And we're going to talk about some things. One of them, obviously, is what I just noted, that this is no new number, and it's nice to see that this has become the new level of resistance. I can handle 841 being the low level, low side resistance level now, and until we move right on up. Now, folks, one thing you have to look at here, have we seen any news? No, there's been no news. A bull market is coming, is what they're saying. Well, I actually believe that too. I think there's been a bull market for quite some time, and it's just going to continue. I've shown some people that by looking here at this NASDAQ, and why I want to do that. You can see here, if you look at the 5-day, look at the retraction on the NASDAQ. It's very similar to what we're seeing right now with SOFI, so there's no surprise here. This is happening sequentially. This is all happening together. So there's nothing to fear at all. And what I mean by that, because if you go to a further look at the NASDAQ, look here. So and when you look at some of these pullbacks off of these highs, they've been way more than what we've seen here. Look at the size of these here. Okay. And this is in 2023, right? So the comparative drop right now is just a part of the process. This is a breathing time, and everything just, is capitulation is what this is called. And what you see here in this long-term chart, NASDAQ-wise, and I mentioned the NASDAQ more than any other chart because this is the true indicator, folks. Most people don't know this, but the NASDAQ has all the money in it. all the retailer. This is where the retailers are, and people like you and me. Most of this is the Nasdaq. It carries most of the volume, and so just letting you know, in case you weren't aware of that, that's where most of the market money is in the Nasdaq. So I use it to show you, because right here, what we have is forming right here. This is called what? The cup and handle. This is the cup. There's the handle, and this to me means that I agree with that headline, that the market is going to increase and move up from here. It's just the natural process for it to have a breather, to let off a little steam, take out a few weak hands, and then on up it goes, right? So that's my projection and trajectory. I could be completely wrong, but that's the way I feel about it. And so, hey, I want to thank you all for being over here with me. 7 folks dropping in, me coming on back in here, and my interesting topics of conversation and things that might have gone. I know, as you might have known, many of you, part of the reason that I was off is because my friend was coming up, Kevin Ward, the person who is responsible for my acquisition of this shirt for Smoke on the Water Barbecue Festival. And so anyway, really not a lot to talk about today, other than we're going to take a look at some other stocks that have been thrown out there by some other people, just to see what we might have going on with them. PENN is one of them, and this is a company that just acquired a contract with ESPN. They're a little pricey, but I just want to kind of keep an eye on them. And let's go here. RBT. Just a few others to take a look at. No. Okay. Still double what it was when I told everybody about it about a month ago. RBT. RBLX. I want to see this one. Cookie. RBLX. I think it was it. Was that? Yeah, that's RBLX. Look at this one for Cookie 52. Mrs. Cookie 52. And RBLX. Why am I not getting there? Let's put them in here. And I want to thank you all for being here. I do appreciate it very much. I'm going to try to see if I can put this window down here now. Boop. And we need to put my display capture up underneath me for sure. Boom. Now everybody can see what I'm looking at. I understood I had a technical problem right there, and I just fixed it, I believe. And we're going to take my picture, which is right here inside there, and we're going to reduce it down. Boom. And like I said, now I'm going to try to do a display change. Display settings. Go over here and swap these two. And apply. There we go. I think I did it. All right. And then we're going to take this page here. And this has got to have to be my YouTube live feed. So we're going to pull this up here. Let's see here. Let me make sure I do this right. I think I'm doing it correctly. And you can let me know if I'm not. I'm going over here to my live stream, back to this page. And here we go. Live stream. Yes. Let's see if I'm still up. Yes. I see I have it working now. Yay. Yippee. And over here, I want to be able to have another chat on this one, on this page over on the other side here, right here. We're going to go over here. And it's interesting. Okay, that's not exactly what I expected to see happen there. Let's try this one now. Wow, this is kind of interesting. Still learning this a little bit here, but I'm going to figure it all out. I can assure you I will figure this all out. We're just going to have to take some steps to do it. And it's been a while since I've been in here, so let's get on back on this page. Goodness gracious, how am I going to get a page to pop up on this one here is what I need to know right here. And we're going to put that down here. I'm not going to use it today. And what in the world? This is interesting. I am popping up on that screen, and over here, I also pop up on this screen. Goodness gracious. How is that possible even? I'm not sure. On this screen over here, I should be able to have another window, but oh, goodness, this is stifling me. Huh. Well, I haven't ever had this occur. Usually I have, when I click on this other screen down at the bottom, I have its own window pop up, but it's for some reason popping up over here. So this is confusing me a little bit. I apologize. Going back to display settings, we're going to try this a different way. Apply. Okay. Boom. Now we've got another screen. Yeah, it's still activating over here. I'm sorry, people. I'm not really sure what's happening here, but we're going to try and move this over here. YouTube. There we go. Maybe I can just pull this right over to the other venue. So we're going to try that right now. There it is live. There it is. I'm up and live. All right. Now we're going to try and put this over there. Well, I got it in a different screen. There it is. Yay. Good. That's what we want. I got it, folks. Yes, indeed. And now we can go back here to the finance homepage and go back to SOFI and see if we're still where we were. And if their attempts are, yep, 840. Whew. Look at them working it. I say that because, folks, this is, again, in sync with the whole market. Everything's down. So, no need to be perilous here. We're just watching and looking, waiting for the bottom, right? And we're going to look at some other stocks here that people have brought up lately. And this is one of them. See the 5-day on it since they announced earnings. Wow, is that flat? Good Lord. Huh. And over here, we should be able to see the chats. Yes, we do. Yay. All right. We've got this rolling right. We got everything hooked up right. And it looks like I am streaming successfully. Let's go over here to SoFi and see if we've had any holder changes. See if we had any institutions come on board. Still sitting at 633. That's good to see. Nobody's leaving us. Look at some of these other ones down 4.5%. Lucid down 6. We're all right. Everybody's in the whole boat together, and when it all goes down into between the swells, then they all do it together, right? Nothing for us to be worrisome about at all whatsoever. And let's see here. Oh yeah, hey, thank you for being here with me, everybody. I appreciate it. I do see that I finally got this thing scaled back up and running good, and I want to thank you for being here. I know there's plenty of other places you can spend your time. So you might want to wonder, you might or you might not, while we just kind of sit here and watch this moving sideways. If you've never been to Michigan before, then I'm going to show you where we went to. It's called Tawas, Michigan. Map. Boom. Okay, here we are. Bingo. And we're going to pull out here a little bit. So, this is where we are down here. Just above Lansing. We're right here. It's the lake we live on. We cut over this way, and we took up this little back road all the way. This M52 it's called. You don't even see it on here, but it runs right along here. This might be it. That says 94 though. I don't know. Interesting. Anyway, we could have gone several ways, but we cut up through the farmland and we got all the way up here through Saginaw and boom, jumped on this, and then we cruised right along the coast here. Very beautiful. Beautiful little place. And we can probably get here a little closer, zoom in, and do some satellite. There we are. So, the city of Tawas. Zoom right on in here, show you right where we were. So once we got up here, we went to 3 or 4 different spots that we wanted to check out. Every one of them was very nice, with balconies that sat outside. It was a little chilly, the first place that we went to, and had some fun though. We did went past all these Mongo's Mexican cuisine. We saw that. Did not stay there. Did not go there. Went right on up here. There we go. Went to this place right here. Anchor Bay. and we found out that wasn't where we thought we were supposed to be, because this is actually a hotel. But we got up this far and we realized we'd passed it most, and we were starting to head back out into Nowhereville. Not a lot going back on, so we turned around and we headed back this way, and we ate right along here at, let's see if we can find it. We went to this place here, Bay Beach Resort, had a couple brewskis. The Chop House. Ah, yes. Folks, if you've never been to Chop House, very good. That was enjoyable for sure. And yeah, we went to another place down here, a little further down. But we checked out all these places along Augie's on the Bay. There's a lot of nice places along here. And this is a beautiful little city. So had a good time up here kicking around. Got to go into a few shops and check out some things. And then we headed on back home. And yeah, fun time with them. And that was just on the day before the concert. And after that, then the next day we went and we kind of showed around the house here a little bit. And then we showed them all the cities and places. Showed them Cheryl's place of business. Went into Williamston, saw that, and had a good time going to the concert. And went and got to see the grandchild. While we went and checked out where my son works. My son is a machine builder, and we had a really good time over there too, because my friend Kevin is into big time cabinetry and stuff, and for homes and businesses. And so seeing all the pneumatics and the robotics and stuff that my son builds and works and does, it's pretty interesting stuff. You know, he's a very capable kid that I'm very proud of. And he is my stepson, and I'm equally proud of my two stepdaughters. So here we go. I've got away from the map there a little bit, but anyway, that's where we went. And also, there's a place that we went to also for the concert called Pine Knob. And folks, this place is a cool venue. I'll maybe get it to pull up here. I want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And I'm just, don't have a lot happening here with SOFI. No news, no breaking. Nice to see it bounce again off that 841 low that we've seen. And we're just going to be showing you here right now a few things, like I said, that I think you might find kind of cool if you've never been up here. This is a cool place to go. It's on Bob Seger Drive. In case you didn't know, Bob Seger is from Michigan. So this is the venue right here. And this is how it's the seating arrangement is. All this is a big amphitheater, all grass up here. These are like $60 tickets and so forth. And zooming in, I can show you right where we were sitting for Steve Miller, which was 1, 2, 3, the fourth row, right there. Boom. And that's because we couldn't get any of these tickets. They were all sold out ahead of us, or we would have been on the very front. But we got in there on the fourth row. It was so cool because we actually had to buy 5 tickets. The only way they were for sale was all 5 together, and so we had an extra seat. We couldn't get anyone to fill. But anyway, that's where we were sitting watching Steve Miller Band crank out their tunes that we know and love so much. And so did everybody else there. And this picture that you see right here of the audience, folks, it was just like that. It was completely packed house. And it has been that way every time we've ever gone to see Steve Miller here in Michigan. There are a huge number of major Steve Miller fans, and it's a great venue. It's a great place to have a concert. We had great weather. It was nice and cool and comfortable. And we had in front of us 5 seats or 6 seats. No one even sat in. I don't know what happened, but so in front of us, we even could sit down and just watch the concert without even having to stand to see over people. It was so cool, so great, and so fun. So that's what we did. And looking over here, I see we have some folks here with us, and they're probably wondering, well, I'm just jibber jabbering. I'm not talking about SOFI. But at this point, there's really not a lot to talk about that I haven't discovered. I looked for holders to see if we had any more institutions coming in during this work down over the last week. And what I'm very encouraged by is what I'm seeing right now, believe it or not. whole market making a little peter down, and all on what's the news? What's the financial home news? Why the gloom and doom, and what's going on? Let's hear what Yahoo has created for their reason. July retail sales surprise to the upside. Okay, this is so similar, isn't it? On Mondays that we get Yahoo talking about great news, good things. It says the stocks are sinking over here though amid China cuts. Yeah, we should be worried about their cuts. We really should. We should be worried about them cutting in on all our farmland, and we should be worried about them cutting in on lots of things, folks. And the way that they've kind of gone and taken over some countries, especially their ports in and out, shipping ports and stuff. If you're not familiar with what they've done there, I'll let you know. The Chinese have been going around to these foreign countries, and they're very good at encouraging those countries to expand and become part of the global move and all this. And they're going to even encourage them by giving them money to help them get their new ports made, built, and structures of all, get updated and so forth. And so these countries think, wow, that sounds like a great plan. I'll do that. So they decide to go in on this deal, and then they're going to be making payments back. They're going to repay China for all of their efforts and all their expenses over the years. Well, what happens is these payments that they get locked into are unattainable, and they're not going to be enough money generated by what they're bringing in to the ports and so forth. And so these countries become then financially indebted, and these ports get taken over. They are reclaimed. They're repossessed. And now guess who owns them? Yep, you guessed it, China. China owns them. And so they don't belong to the country anymore. How do you like that idea, that concept? In case you don't know what I'm talking about, I learned all this from a reliable news source. I think it was either, and this was years back that I found this out. It was probably at least 10 years ago, maybe longer, 15 years ago, that they were doing that. And they continue to do it today. And it's alarming. Nobody knows about this, though. These kind of things don't make the headlines. All we hear about now on the news is what's going on with Donald Trump. See, here's my thinking about Donald Trump. The major news networks wouldn't even have a chance of getting any viewership back unless they were talking about the guy, right? See, they know human interest. They know public interest. And, of course, they're going to keep him on all this activity going on, swarming around him, because this is what draws in the viewership, because they've lacked in such viewership since Donald Trump came along. Sorry, it's true. It's exactly what happened. He pointed out the falseness and the fakery. I loved it when he would stand up there on the podium and say, come on, one of you cameras, turn around, show everybody, all the people here. Not one of them would ever do it. And so anyway, the support for the guys is phenomenal, and it's just a shame that they can't let this guy play his cards at the table without calling him a cheater. And the things that they have all gone for, every one of them has been an absolute failure. All the money tied up, our taxpayer dollars, with these relentless courts, the Senate, the House, everybody trying to impeach the guy, and none of it could stick, and they just kept after him. They're going to never let up. Never going to let up, that poor guy. Now, I don't say poor because I don't think he's in any financial distress, but folks, I'm telling you, man, it's been one thing after another, evasive, not tax information. He doesn't have to give over his tax information. He knows that. He's not a dummy. So anyway, hey, thank you. UK Echo, I'm trying to buy at 844. Yeah, I think you're good. Very good. Yep. 844, 842, 840. Yeah, that's good because, folks, you can already see going back here. Look where they pushed it down to 842. And if you go back here, you'll see that number's in the range even. They've even had it 10 cents, 15. I mean, look back here, folks. They've had this thing to 4, right? I'm not scrolling back very far to see 445 right there. So the dream that they have is to get back to that number, that many of them still have shorter positions. I promise you. And many of them are just paying the interest on those. And they're waiting and hoping and praying. But not helping them today. Let's go over here to see that the resilience is so steadfast. And my God, it's already at 850. Wow, I don't think you're going to pull those orders. I'm sorry, you might have to readjust, realign, uh, because things are getting realigned right now, folks. If you got in with me, congratulations. I started streaming when I thought we were at the bottom, and I've got to get over here. Yeah. Now, it's interesting. My chat over here is white, and over here it's black. So how do I change this? I want to make this a different colored screen. Community moderation, participants, toggle, pop, chat. Oh, we get to give some love here. I caught it before it got away from me. Yay. Woohoo. Well, but like I said, might have to adjust up. Now, what time is it, though? It's only 10:45. You keep those there. You keep those there, all right? UK Echo, because it's not lunchtime yet. And we've seen, and everybody's seen, and we've seen it time and time again, what they'll do at this stock at lunchtime when they get a little pull away from volume. And so look for that as an opportunity. But you can put in at least one. Hey, folks, this looks very, very encouraging at this time of day. I feel very good about it. And it's making money time. Yes, it is. I mean, every penny we can go up from here, we're just all making money. Those of us that have bought in this 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s during this whole time, the last month and a half, I've been here pitching it and telling everybody, get in, get in, get in. I've been just telling them because I still think we got the biggest run coming, and it's going to be massive. Wait till the news breaks. It's going to come out of left field. Listen, this is the way that they operate. This is the way that they do things. They love the element of surprise. They've been surprising everybody for 8 quarters in a row. They've been surprising folks, and they're just going to keep surprising people. So don't be surprised that they're going to surprise everybody, okay? Because this company's full of surprises right now, and they're like the Cracker Jack box. You know what? And I just can't wait, for example, for them to release, if they did have booths to sign people up at the Taylor Swift concert, as I presumed that they would, it only makes sense. Now, I don't know that they did that, but if anyone was there can verify, I'd appreciate it. But I don't know that they did that for sure. But anyway, what I know is that they could have possibly done that, and they might release all the people that they were able to bring into their fold. Look at this thing. Beautiful. Don't worry, folks. As I said, all just a big spin down today to scare out any hands like they've been doing every single Monday. If you don't believe me, let's go back to the 5-day on the NASDAQ. I'll show you. Or we need to get not 5-day, but we're going to go back on the monthly. Yep. Boom. Here we go. Let's get over to it. And I want to thank you for being here. I don't have my music up, but that's okay. You can have music playing in your own living rooms. Let's go here to the 1 month. Yes, sir. Let's get it on the screen where we can see it well. And we're going to do 1 month, and it's not giving me intervals. But let's go full screen so you can get a little bigger look. I'll try that later. Okay. That doesn't look like a 1 month to me, but this does. There we go. We'll get there. There we go. So, Tuesday, August 15th. 7 days ago would be the 8th. Red Candlestick Day. Where were we? Let's take a look here. Closed at 13,994. Opened at 13,884. So down 110. See that? This would have been Friday, 8-4. Monday, 8-7 was a green candlestick. And Tuesday, Wednesday's 2 reds. Thursday again, green. Just looking back over the history of Mondays. See if I was correct. Man, it sure is quiet when there's no music, though. Tell you. Yep, that's correct. All right. Let's move over here. All right. Monday, green. Tuesday, green. Okay. This is the Monday, Tuesday prior, even. I'm just going back Mondays and Tuesdays. 14th to the 7th, Monday, green. Tuesday, green. Wednesday, green. Okay. Well, I tell you what, when you pull this way back here, too, you can definitely see the ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. Little pull back here. We've dropped down below the. This looks almost like the SOFI chart, exactly, doesn't it? So there should be no surprise here. See if I'm right. We're going to go back here and go to SOFI's chart. Welcome, everybody who's been here. Johnny Jones, thank you for being here. What is the minimum you would suggest for someone to start day trading? Well, there really is no minimum, because if you've got $100 to work with, that's fine, because you build the 100 into 110 if you can find a 10% gainer. And I know that there are many people that on the Robinhooders, I see many beds come across for $5, 5 shares and 10 shares all the time. But what I say you got 4,000 in the bank. I say you start off with 1,000. If you got 400 in the bank, and you start off with 100. Never spend and invest money that you cannot afford to lose, that you cannot live without. That's on every video I post. That's what it says, right? But I like this one-day chart. What we're seeing now on the NASDAQ, I think they've run it dry. I think they've bled it out completely, and we got a nice little turnaround headed our way. And SoFi will follow the course of the market entirely. And by the way, we're part of the Russell over here. We're not in the Russell 3000 though, or 2000. We're in the Russell 1000. We're in the upper echelon of the Russell. We're in where most of the money is. Just as I've mentioned, the Nasdaq has most of the money in it. Is in the market overall. Most of the money is invested in the Nasdaq, but in the Russell, most of the money is invested in the Russell 1000, which was what we're a member of, the Russell 1000. So, looking here on this thing, we're going to watch it close, because we could see. Looks like maybe even a double dagger, but man, I sure do like what we're seeing here. That thing bounced right off there and said, sayonara, hasta luego. Look over here. We'll watch the volume. Sometimes when I get back over here, it jumps around a little bit. But what's making it happen here, I want to keep an eye on close. The size of this volume, the size of the buys that make the price run up is what's important. And as I said, had a little trouble, though, this morning, I have to tell you. I'm getting my... getting kind of rusty. Look at this thing going on up, folks. Oh, yeah. On up it goes. Pay attention to the fact that this is one of their favorite numbers, the 55. So they like to try to retain at that number. But we are going to see that go away quickly, I think. And there's just a nice, steady, slow stream of volume just buying it up here. And they're not going to want to see this volume increasing. Let's go back to the historical here for a minute. We don't need to look at any of these, because they're not performing any well today either. So we'll do SoFi again. Yep. Boop. And I like to usually have the second position here as my historical. Oop. Second tab. Move it over. And RBT might be a good buying point here very soon. Keep an eye on that chart. And we're going to look at the 1 month on this one. Yep. RBT. Okay. Fair enough. And this RBLX. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. Mrs. Cookie 52 or 21, 51. Oh my. Okay. Boom. Goodbye to that. Come back over here. Hey, thank you all for being here. I want to say thank you. What is the minimum? So, as far as the minimum, that's what I'm thinking. And again, it all depends on where you are in your comfort range, with your percentages. But what I try to tell people is to try to refrain from diving in. Instead, my method is to simply just go about it by buying in with a small amount, because, as I often say, folks, when you're investing, you don't know for sure you're at the bottom, and it gets shallow down there. You don't want to dive in when the water is so shallow, because you could break your neck. Someone would say when you're buying a stock that's dropping without any real news, that don't catch a falling knife. Don't try to catch a falling knife. But this is no falling knife SoFi here, folks. This thing is a bank that's executing, it's achieving its goals and surpassing those, and it's a difference maker. They're very disruptive, and so my feeling is that now's the time to get in on this. I was showing you the NASDAQ dropping below the 45 and 50 day on the 1 month chart here. Let's go back to what's going on with SoFi Technologies on its 1 month chart. Okay, look at that since that high. You think they shorted here at 1170 when it hit the high at 1170 right there? That was the day. That was the earnings day. And they decided, just like I said they would, to run it up on that day and not try to fight it like they did the month before. They followed the wave. They ran it up. They helped escalate it to that new 52-week high. And then they shorted the crap out of it and have been now, with that massive amount of volume that they used back on that day. You can see right here, 210 million to get it up to the new high. Now they've got a lot of that volume right there, and I said probably at least 80 or 90 million of that would have been shorted, and would have been shorted at that number up there. So they have a lot to work with, and they've been stringing it out over the last few days. Real low volume, working it down, working it down, working it down, working it down. Yep. But here's what you need to pay attention to. What was the low yesterday? 836, and today, what did it get to? 838. That's just the first of many days, and now we're already 20 cents off of this low. All right, and take a look back here we're going to go way back to May the 4th. All right, there was the low right there. All right, and what was the amount that it went off the low the next day, May the 5th? You see, almost 40 cents. And the next day, look at that, 19 cents. Okay, 19 cents off the low. That's where we're at now, folks. We're going to start seeing this, then 534, then 538. Then this is when the David Chiaverini thing came out. All a big head fake, muck up, made up scenario by this guy, David Chiaverini, we all know about. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I really do. I'm showing you some things here. I like to show you these numbers because they're relevant, folks. They're very relevant. So after it hit that 445, how much did it go up the next day after that big low? Well, you can see the amount. 445 to 455 would be 10 plus 6. So you got 16-cent gain there and an 8-cent gain. And look at these small gains. Then you got a 23-cent gain or whatever. And look at the size of these gains. And folks, the gains don't stop. They keep going up and up and up and up and up. I predict the exact same thing, the exact same upward movement. All along, I expect to see this happen. And right now, I expect to see history repeating itself. But there's going to be a difference this time. Because when it breaks back over 9 and then jumps over 10 this time, it's not going to be looking back. It's not going to be looking back. And it's going to be in a catalyst. It's going to be on a news story. See, I'm not holding this for a small 5% or 10% gain on a daily basis at this stage. I'm waiting for the anticipation that I've been telling you is coming. I'm waiting and anticipating a catalytic announcement by this company, and then that'll be the day that I'll be sitting there, Hawkeye, ready to take it out at what I think is where it's going. And I think it's going to be in the 1350s range. And I think it can happen so fast because that's the way SoFi works. SoFi, so fast, right? Right? Absolutely. So there we go. You can just see, look at the similarity of this chart right here. I was just showing you. Look at that chart right there. And then look at SoFi's chart right here. If you were to go to if you were to scale this back and move it over, if you could, you'd see what I mean. They look virtually identical, folks, these charts. And let's actually go to the main screen here. Hold on. I'm going to go back here. And we'll go to this summary chart page 5-day, and let's see what that looks like. It should look very similar to what you see right there. Let's see if it does. So we're going to go to the summary page. And thank you for being here, every single one of you. I appreciate it. There we go. And we're going down to SoFi. Let's see here. And we're going to go to the 5-day chart. That's the summary page I want. I don't know why it's jumping over there. I don't want that. This is what I want right here. Boom, 5-day. Whew. That actually doesn't look as bad as the NASDAQ, does it? Let's go to the 5-day on it. There we go. Now we can compare them side by side, folks. Here we are. Boom. All right, look at that. Huh. See that? Goodness gracious, look how they trend along right exactly together. Quite revealing, huh? Quite revealing. So yeah, I'm not fazed one bit by that. The whole NASDAQ, and we just follow right along and follow suit. No problem with that. Because, as I said, the NASDAQ is in a nice little breathing spot, consolidating. And you can see right here, this is a formation of a real nice little handle here, cup and handle right here. I like it. I actually like it a lot. And others that know what cup and handles are probably like that too. Yes, indeed. Yeah, this is nice looking for a nice little move up. Even though they're trying to shake them out right now, I see this thing improving. By end of day, I say the NASDAQ might even be green. And guess who else might be green? Believe it or not. Yeah, I know you find that hard to believe, but I don't. I see what's happening with this thing right now. Definitely can see the move. Move this over here. Move this here. Okay. Yes, indeed, folks. Looked at some other stocks here recently, and some of those haven't done real well that since we were mentioned of them. But if you have any others that you would like to bring up for me to take a look at, if you see one that's on the run and others can jump on that train, please let me know. I'd appreciate it very much so. And give me just a minute here. If you wouldn't mind, I'm going to take a very brief moment to go get some more coffee here, and then I'll be right back. Hopefully that will be cool with you guys while you watch the price continue. It'll be at 8:58 by the time I'm back. Okay, it'll be a good number. Good number. in the $100 that I made, cover your gas. Okay, see. Yeah. But he says sometimes she's like, "Oh, I lovey-dovey, and we pray and all this together," and then other times she's like, "Oh, don't touch me, don't touch me, just don't touch me." I said, "Man, she's a psycho." I said, "You really want to? Is this something you want? Is this a person who wants to be done with? And could it be a reason why she's had seven people, seven guys before, seven relationships, married or not? They were long term or seven." I've never had any long-term relationships besides you. Righto. Man, it's just raining and raining and raining. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Catfish is back. All right. Okay, here we are. Here we go. Let's get back on this subject. Man, I was wrong on my price estimate. I thought we'd be at 858 by the time I returned. I don't see that happening, but thank you for being here. Let's see. Well, let's get over and see what's going on. Well, hey, everybody! Thank you for being here. I want to share with you some other things that I've been sharing with people over the long term. But some of you are sort of new. Sometimes we get new folks drop in here, and a lot of times people are here and they don't even see what I'm saying. I'm looking at the headlines. July retail sales surprise to the upside. So we got once again good news coming out, and the market dropping. I guess they're all worried about China. And stock bonds fall as China rate cut deepens gloom. All right. So China got a rate cut, I guess. They got downgraded by Moody from a triple A to a double A and a half, maybe. I don't know. I really don't know. I wonder how it is that a country that owes trillions and trillions of dollars could even have a triple A to begin with, because I don't think I'd have a triple A credit score rating if I owed all my credit card companies in money. But anyway, that's just me talking. I don't know. But it seems crazy to me and kind of ironic that that's the case. And right now, folks, what you're seeing here, this is majorly what you see is, and we're coming into lunchtime. So this is when I was saying might be an opportunity to buy in again to get those orders to fill that you have there. I'm just saying. So I see you have them there at 844, 842, 840 UK, and I think if you're going to get them, you're going to see it during the lunchtime. And what we've usually seen is they try it about 11:45, but sometimes they come right at this time. This is one of their favorite times, right at 11:15. So we've seen a pattern of this quite a bit lately, but I think we've already seen today's bottom and why I came on when I did, right? When we were right in here. And that's very encouraging to me to see that number again, even though we see 838 as the low. Hatedly for them, it was 836 yesterday, right? So they don't like showing those kind of numbers to their folks. And here's the thing. We haven't finished the day off yet, folks. We got a lot of volume still going to come in our way, I do believe. So we got plenty of time for this to continue to climb, and we're already at almost 10 million shares, and that's strong because where have we been recently? Well, we only hit 26, 27 the last few days, and I can assure you that they're not pleased with seeing the lows here hanging in this number 842, 836, 838. They don't want to see an improvement by any means, and that is an improvement. Look at the low where the closes were. Pay attention over here. 865 up to 868. And we could close at 888 today or even higher, because my presumption is, and it's just my gut feeling as always, folks. I'm just going on my gut feeling. My gut feeling tells me that this down movement we're seeing right here this morning is all going to dissolve away very quickly and be right back up, because we've seen that a lot here lately, haven't we? We've seen it a lot where it actually comes back up, bumps up above green, and then they try to pull it down a little bit just underneath it. We've seen that repeatedly lately. It's been very patternized. But what I'm waiting for, like I said, is a catalyst. And I don't see any news down here that's broken, but I am going to take a look here, just because I'm curious to see something here. So let's go over here to Google. And thank you again for being here, everybody. I'm going to search now to see if we can find SOFI CEO Anthony Noto. Disclosure. Buying SOFI. Stop. Because this guy, he's always coming in on these lower prices, so I want to see if he bought any more lately right here. So March the 10th, with a range of 549 to 560, 180,000 shares, folks. Golly. Man, that's how you increase your company bonus. You don't need to get a company bonus in Christmas when you buy at that price, do you, folks? And you get that many shares. You created your own Christmas bonus, and I bet you their Christmas party is going to be huge and a real celebration of their success. Can you imagine what these Christmas parties at these other places? Well, did you get the memo? No, what memo? Well, we're not going to be getting a Christmas bonus this year. We're scaling back, and we can't afford your Christmas bonus. Is going to be downsized, if at all, if you get one at all. Meanwhile, SoFi, they're going to be celebrating. They're going to be having a big bash somewhere with some killer band playing for them, and they're all going to be dancing the night away and celebrating all the success, and they're going to be giving out awards to people who've made incredible achievements, and it's just going to be one major big old celebration, folks, I think. I could be wrong, but I think I'm right. And so I want to just say thank you for all of you folks that are here. I'm going to try to get over here where I can see my whole screen, and because I'm not seeing myself on this one. Maybe it is. There we go. Yeah, I'm on there. Okay, just want to make sure I had my whole picture up there. I'm sure you would have let me know already, but this looks very good right here. I like what I'm seeing, and a nice shelf right here for launching from. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. The bottom was achieved, and now we've reached another higher bottom. This is a very, very strong resistance to any lower side. And folks, the day's range is 860. Watch that get ready to be evaporated quickly off. I do not think that there are many shares left here. I have done the math. I've strung it out over days, over days, over days. We can do the math right now. And out of that 270 million, let's say every single one of them was shorted that was purchased here. By the way, not 270, 210. But let's just look at this. Look where everybody's holding this stock on the date of July the 13th, when they came out with their earnings call, right? You got a high of 1170 to 1030 at 210 million shares. Okay, good enough. I see it. So let's see how much it's dropped since 1170 right here. 1170 minus, and let's look at today's low, 838. All right, divided by 11.70 equals times 100 equals 28% drop. Well, amazingly, not as much as the first time. They attacked it when they came right out the gate. But guess what they've achieved? The exact same result, haven't they almost? Because I point out the price was $6.54 for the high on the day that they came out with the earnings, May 1st, $6.54. 6.54 minus. They dropped it with 364 million shares of volume right here. They got it down to 459 right there. Minus 4.59 equals, divided by the first figure, which was 654, equals times 100 equals 29%. Well, almost an exact same end result, just achieved via a different method. And now how many shares have been used here since the 200 million? Let's just add the volume up. And I can assure you not every single one of these positions between 1170 and the low of 1030, those aren't all shorts. Nope. Because I know what the call versus put percentage on this is regularly. So there's a lot of longs in there, like me and you, right? Anybody else have anything to say yet? No, I don't see a lot going on in the chat, but that's okay. That's groovy, schmoovy. I'm all right with that. It's nice to know we've got 9 folks here with us, and I'm thankful for you being here. And we've had 48 views, and we're taking another look here. We're going to jump back over here. Make sure we keep an eye on this because this is lunchtime approaching, and we should see a pullback. And they won't. I don't think they're going to get this number again. That's for sure. That's history. You might want to take a picture of that one. That's probably going to be it because we saw they got it down 29%. Today's low hit them at 28%. Congratulations, they did it again. And they're all sitting around going,
that was easy.
Yep. And now they'll take up their long positions on today because that's how they make money, folks. They don't just keep shorting this thing down, you know. They get it to the bottom and they realize that is it. Again, they're using history to determine how much resistance there is to this pullback from that high, and they duplicated it again in a different fashion. And I hope you can see that, or I hope you understand. At least that's my feeling about it. And I'm going to now add up all this volume that we have between that date and this one, right? Because I'm interested in doing that. 88.8 plus, we're down here, starting here, 88.8. And I'm going to always give them the benefit, plus 62.8 plus 37.6 plus 42.3 plus 31.6 plus 28.1 43.36. We'll just do 3 plus 37.6 all right, plus 26.8 plus 27 point, we'll just say plus 28 to make up for all the ones I hedged on, plus 28. Well, that's 426 million shares. Last time, 360 million shares. Now we're at 426 to get to the low, right? So, took more effort for them this time to get it down to that, and they didn't even achieve the same as the last time, have they? Cost them more to get to a number that is still double what some of them have shorted it at, nearly. That's my opinion. And there's a lot because I've shown you over that chart. I've shown you for sure, if you look back over the 1.5 year chart, And it's nothing for these people to pay that kind of interest on. Some people in America are paying a lot more interest on that than they're on their credit cards. The borrow interest, cost of borrow interest that they're paying. It's true. So when I mentioned that Morgan Stanley had all these shares of this stock that they had downgraded, well, now they've gotten the price. Their value is not 58.8 when I mentioned that to you originally. It's now 54. So almost 54.9. So that's $3.9 million right there. They're not selling it, are they? So here comes the pre-lunch here, just as predicted. But what will they drop it to? Let's see where this last one was here from the open down. Where did they get it to? They took it from, I'll get on it sooner or later. Well, let's just see what the high of the day was. 860. So they took it from 860 down to 845. 15-cent drop. Now what are they coming at right now before it hit the bottom? 855 to 6-cent drop. Huh. Okay. Doesn't look nearly as nasty as that earlier plunge. How much do we see here? Is it 6 cents here? 845 to, yep, 6 cents. What do you know? 6-cent drop there. What do you know? Bam, 6-cent drop there. Replicated. Bottom, double bottom. Bottom was 838. 850. I like a 12-cent increase off on the second bottom. We'll see if it holds. That'd be a very good sign for us if that holds right there. And it looks like it's going to. 10,192,193,000 193,000 shares. Watching it because I want to know 194 when I see small share buys making it pop. I like that a lot. I'm encouraged by that. 10,199. There's 30,000 shares just purchased at 852 people. Just so you're aware. There's 50,000 shares right there. Not afraid to buy it. And I'm not sure if they're dumping to make it drop or if they're buying in here to make it pop. We're going to see right here. 10,287. These are some sizable chunks being bought up. Some nice sized blocks. 4,000 to make it fall. 309, 10,000 there. Pulling it. Will 850 be the bottom again? That's what we're looking to see right here. What is the resilience? How stiff is the resistance to any downward movement from this number? And I want to thank you for being here. I encourage you to. We're going to take a look at some other stocks too that have been brought up over the past on this channel, and one of them is this one called Any. Gonna look at it. Oh boy. And this is after the split they did. I think a 5-to-1. 1 for 5 is what they did. Look at the volume. It's non-existent. Their history, folks. Belly up. Done for. Toast. Sorry, whoever was here on that one. I don't like the looks of that. And they pulled some things over, some wool over some people's eyes back then, and they just were never able to make things happen they predicted in a timely fashion. It got worse and worse when COVID came through and delays in the shipping off California, and it just all went out of it. And the merger didn't go through with Griffin, and that was the end of it for me and a lot of others that got really burned on that one. So don't go that direction. All right, let's see here. But this is the direction that I would consider, especially since we're seeing it stubbornly holding up at a good shelf of 851. double what it was, or $4 more than it was a month and a half ago. Just so you're aware of it. And by the way, this is a company that just keeps on making money over here. If you look at their revenues, fantastic. And I want to say also, for those of you that are here with me, that I am going to start looking at some other possible movers that I've mentioned to you in the past, and maybe move a little over if they're starting to make runs. We're going to look at Plug lately. It's been doing some things that looked good, and we'll see where they are. Okay. And we're just going to be looking at a few other ones here. Let's see how AMC is doing. Okay. Huh. Boy, did they take a pounding. Jeez, oh Pete's. That's a nice move today. AMC, if you're looking for something that's actually on the upside. Get the chart on that one. Very upsy downsy. 3 month, please. Trading sideways for 3 months on the bottom. 6 month, year. Yikes. Look at that 200-day moving average. Exact opposite of SOFI's. In case you don't know what I mean by that, we'll go over to SOFI check technological charts. This should be history, yep. SOFI technological charts. Boom. Jumping in here. Let's see where we are on this thing on the 3 month. Well, goodness gracious. Look at the 200-day moving average moving off of my line there. Look at these moving off of this line still. All of these lines are up, up, up. The RSI right now is right dead center, ready for a move to the upside. This looks fantastic. Have to say it. Look at this number here. 828. What was that? 852. 810. 805. Back here, 820. The black number is what I'm looking at as I move these along. It's the black highlighted number over on the right, 805. But folks, look at this my plane line and look where we just hit right there. See that? We're right on track for a bounce right now. Right here, right now. There's no other place I'd rather be. Bye-bye, AMC. We're going to look at some others, though. One of them is PENN. This is a double K call. Down a smidge. Got some still up here that I'm watching, though. Watching and waiting on. Just taking a look at some other Bitcoin stocks here. Some I haven't looked at in a long time, just kind of like monitor them. Keep an eye on them. BITF just went green. Whew. Wow, hot. Goodness gracious, that is just interesting. Right there, 266. Today, 271. This looks good, folks. A nice hold up at 850 is very good for us. And I'm glad you're here with me to check this out. We're just checking out some things. I think we might want to move on over here. Anyway, I increased my bandwidth and we have more efficiency. So let's go over here and put on some someone you might know. Let's see here. close with there. Looking for another one here. Let's just put yes. All right. Let's see if they'll give us a copyright violation for this one. All right, we got it in there. I think we're going to have to go over here and make sure it's not too loud. You can let me know. Not seeing it. Okay. Okay, interesting. Well, if you can hear any music, folks, let me know. Because I don't know for sure if it's playing, but I don't see it. But anyway, if it's not there, it's not for lack of effort. But we may find it coming up here soon. We've got the main page, and we got M audio, we got chat display. Well, we got this all correct at least over here, and if we don't get the music up, we don't get it up. But anyway, thank you for being here with me while we tried or made an attempt to play some yes here. And yeah, my HDMI is up, my speaker system is on. Let's see if I hear it here. Hopefully we won't have any interference. Oh yeah, they're there. They're booming out. All right. Turn that off because I know that'll create a loop. And maybe you can hear it, maybe you can't. But hopefully so. Now, going back over here, yes, I like what I'm seeing here. Looking good, holding up here. Nice little pullback is what I thought we'd see. And I don't know if we're going to get to your numbers or not there. But that's okay, UK. Maybe they'll come. Maybe they won't. If they don't, that'll actually be good for all of us. If you've got to feel a little bit higher, well, at that point, you're just helping it ascend, in my opinion, because it's going to continue to ascend this afternoon. And we're starting to see the bottom here for sure on the Dow and the NASDAQ. S&P's already started making its recovery. And look at that amazing discovery of the NASDAQ increasing now. And now only down 78 from being down 135, I think it was. So, what a mystery. What a mysterious thing to see that is all of a sudden starting to turn north. And we should probably see this follow suit and all of these other ones following suit as well that I've been looking at. And the ones that I've been calling for as of late have been looking good. Just going to look at Riot real quick. Not well. Not doing well. And I'm curious on another one here. MRO. Marathon Oil. See, crude prices were down today, so yep, they're down. Marathon Q2 earnings beat on higher domestic output. Oh, good for them. Marathon Oil spent $623 million in capital and exploratory expenditures during the quarter and raked in $531 million in adjusted free cash flow. They raked in the money in on us, folks. How do you like that? Nice. Good for them. Good for them. Well, here we are, the cliff. 849. They're trying to break it on down, but folks, we got a long ways to go to get another 11 cents during lunchtime, and no matter what they pull off or try, I don't see that occurring. Imminently, we're just going to be hanging around here for a while until news comes out. It's basically the bottom line. And I think it's coming very soon. I sure like seeing this, though. I sure like seeing the looks of this chart. Look at everything here, still looking very, very strong in spite of the last 9 or 10 days of consecutive efforts to bring this thing in check. You can see where they are, the same level they were last time. And congrats to them. Now it turns the other way, and we could see the repeat of, instead of just 17 or 18 out of 22 days up on the lows, we could see equally as long a term, or 30 days of this thing going up, because of the double amount of days it's seen them to take it to here, to the same amount down. And they couldn't get it to the same amount down. I proved that. There are 1% difference between what they did on May 1st and what they've done now. 1% difference to the upside, I might add. And that's all I'm looking at, is the relative ability of them to run it down from the earnings call coming out. But this time they played it even smarter. They made money going long on it in the Thursday prior. Because, folks, if you remember, Thursday prior to the Friday's close and then Monday's gap up and escalation up $2.10, it went up that day. The Thursday before, the price just fell from open to the close. It was, and I said even then, they're accumulating this thing. They're working it down and accumulating and buying long. All those positions, they're buying and selling each other. The ones that are selling to their buddies and pals and others, and they're all going in on that thing long. And they're picking up those shares right there on that Thursday all day, accumulating the shit out of them. And I don't even know what the Thursday volume was the day before, but let's go back and look at it just for kick's sake. I'd like to do that. Historical data. Let's go see. See what we can discover. And you'll see what they did to it before the earnings came out, which was when? July 31st, right here. Look at the Thursday before. Watch what happened. It opened at 9:52, and here's the volume. The next closed at 9:52. I beg your pardon, on the 26th. And then this will be the Thursday. Look at that. 971 closed at 894. A 70-cent work down all day long. They did that. Well, that's a nice little climb from 894 that they were picking up all those shares to 1170, isn't it? 1170, 894. See how much they made on that little move. 11.70 minus 8.94 equals, divided by the original number, 11.70 equals times 100 equals. Well, that's a 23% gain that they made from taking it down on that Thursday on no news. There was no news. There wasn't even a downgrade or anything. They just hammered it down all day. Attrition, scaring people, spreading FUD about the earnings call and how, what if they miss and this and that. And they got it down to that number, made 23%. Then they shorted it. Now they've made 28%. Folks, these people are raking in on SoFi right now. Solo King. Hey, Chief, another day. That's right. Hey, man, well on. All right. Thank you for being here, Solo King. Yep, another day. August, September will be a slow month with less volume. It's time to accumulate for colder months. Yep. Did you stock Goat's video? No. Morgan Stanley and another bank added lots of shares while downgrading. What a surprise there, huh, of them. I wouldn't be surprised one little bit. And I was the one that pointed out that they had the shares in the first place. I mean, there was nobody. I don't think many people knew. I didn't see anybody mentioning it on the message board on Yahoo. So I popped on there one day and said, "Hey guys, just in case you're aware, Morgan Stanley that just downgraded and made our stock price fall about 11 or 7% that day." But it bounced back off of that downgrade that day and went green a little bit mid-afternoon because people weren't buying the downgrades anymore. And then I started hunting around, sniffing, went to the holders and went, oh my God, I had never looked down the list to see they were in the top 10 before, and it hit me. Wow, they own $58 million worth of this stock, and they downgraded it. So how stunning is that? No, that doesn't surprise me one bit. They're very crafty, very, very smart individuals. And all 12 of you, I want to thank you for being here. All 62 have dropped by. Thank you for being here. And yep, Catfish is back. Had a great time with the Steve Miller concert. Had a wonderful time with my friends. Went up and investigated part of the state of Michigan that I'd never been to before. And it's called Tawas. Right on the inside of them. I'll show it to you. Michigan. Boom. Here's where 'tis. Boom. A cute little town right along the coastline of the Lake Huron. And so here it is right here. Boom. We can zoom out and you can see kind of relative to the whole state where it is. So there it is, and we're down here, below here even. So we had a nice little ride. This is where we are right about here. Doop. I think that might be where we are right there. Then we go right on up this way, and we went up M52 back roads all the way up, and then we cruised right along and had dinner right here. Well, we had beers at one place, and then we drove a little ways, and then we had beer and some appetizers at another place. Then we went to the next place and had our main course, and then we went to a little ice cream shop, and we just had a great time along the coast here. It's very, very pretty, and topography is very nice. My friends are from Florida, where everything's just flat, and all you ever see mostly is just orange trees. There's not a lot of forest like we have up here. Not a lot of variety. We have all kinds of variety of plants and growth and trees, and so they enjoyed it up here. And the temperature was 25 degrees cooler than where they are in Florida, where it's been in the hundreds and the upper 90s for just months now straight. They've had it horrible down there. That we're seeing this thing's holding up real nicely. And no, I haven't gone over, as far as the other guys on YouTube, I haven't looked, and I almost wanted to. I was thinking maybe before I even come up, but it was at the bottom. The price was at the bottom, and I knew it, so I had to pop on, because obviously that's my what I'm known for. That's my name, Catfish. We hang around at the bottom. We pop on the screen. You get the notification bell, and the next thing you know, we're up and running. Move my microphone over here a little bit. I just noticed maybe I'm not coming in as well as I should be, so we'll do some adaptation to it, and maybe that'll be a little bit better audio wise. So folks, I will get over to those channels and do some looking at what they show, because I do appreciate what they do, and you know how many times I've told people about it, about that what they should go over and check them out, because his information is definitely relevant. And so anyway, appreciate that. Appreciate you being here and saying so. I will do that. I definitely will. So thank you for your presence. I appreciate you being here. And really, all we're doing here, sort of just watching to see what happens during this lunchtime, and if there's a buying opportunity, because there almost always is. And I haven't done any buying here yet, even when I came on, because I have to admit, I'm recuperating from my 5 days being off, and we overindulged. We'll just leave it at that. On occasion, there was a little bit of overconsumption, not only on the meals that we had, but on the libations, if you know what that word means. And so just give me a minute to get logged on, because I think I might get a buying opportunity right now. So I'm going to do that. And I've achieved, like I said, some success here with my multiple screens. And pretty soon, folks, big news, I've got a green screen that I'm going to be picking up, and we're going to try to do some magic with the background instead of just a plain simple white sheep, but we're going to try to make it a little more poppy, a little more coolie looking. So we got to get that going on, and we will. And I just want to say thank you for being here for me in my cruder early days and getting started out, because this is definitely a developing channel. And we're going to be looking at some other stocks too and keeping some eyes on some runners. And there's some ways to do that. And I've never been able to do this before because I've always used my VPN. But I'm finding that with my VPN up and running, I'm not seeing as good a upload speed. When I have my VPN connected, it's not good. And so I'm not going to do it. But that gives me an opportunity to show you something that I've used as a resource that I haven't shown you before. And that's going to be right here, right now. As you can see, it's Market Chameleon, CHAMELEON.com. And why I use this is a lot of times you can get on here and you can go up here to this where it says stocks, this brown tab. You can click on pre-market trading, and then you can get a look at the highest movers on the highest volume in pre-market. Now it says it's loading, and there it is. And so what you can do is you can actually change each one of these to percentage losses. So if you're bottom feeding, you can get your stocks that have been really hammered down, and you can see, is it on a massive amount of volume, or is that manipulation or not? So this is one of the ways you can go. This stock GNS was one that I one time made a lot of money off of. Man, that thing was a swing trader's dream come true during one period of time. And now it's getting hammered worse. But anyway, look at NEO. See where it's sitting. Once used to be involved in that on days when it was moving $1 every couple of minutes. I'm not kidding. Every 5 to 10 minutes, it was moving $1 one way, $1.50 another. That's when things are really getting crazy. PLTRs on this list of downwards, but I'm just showing you how to do this. You can come over here and you can change this to click on it again to get the highest gainer. So what's going on with DCTH? Okay, let's go look. DCTH stock Yahoo. So what's happening with them? Up 119. Watch it. It's a biotech usually. These biotechs will move like this. Got to be very careful with these. Wow. Well, there you go. That's the biggest gainer. But I have seen these things lure in many gullible people that think it's just going to keep going up. And the next thing you know, it closes red. So I would advise that this is not a good bottom feeder to get in on. But we can look at why they're going up. Announced FDA approval. Yep, here it is. It's a bioplay for a Hepzato kit for the treatment of adult patients with unresectable hepatic dumma, whatever it is. Anyway, you can see cancers of the liver. Some sort of approval, FDA, bam, off they go. Yay! Be careful, folks. Especially at the number 688. Okay? Because that is a down. If it bumps that, goes beyond it, then you might want to get in. But, folks, the 7's going to be the limit, my guess is. And there's just not enough upward left in it. But you can look at it and watch it if you want. But after 688, I expect it to pull back. And you can see. We'll see. But there it is. That's that one. I'm able to show you that one. And let's see. Tesla is making a what? No, that's not Tesla. TLSA. Close. My golly, can you imagine Tesla making a 51% jump? Whew. Anyway, let's get back over here what we're doing. Oh, very nice. Okay, that looks good. Looks good. Doing. First bottom, second bottom. This is a good spot right here, folks. You can pick up 5 or 10 right here. I feel very confident this is a good spot here. Seeing that we're holding up well right now. And I had already told you there really wasn't any reason for the whole market to be pulling back other than just a nice little correction and in the same amount as the last corrections we've seen. Some of you may have seen before that I showed. Let me go over here. Yep. And thank you for letting us know that, Solo King. I do appreciate it very much. What really do. That's good information to know right there. Stock Goat saying Morgan Stanley and another bank added lots of shares while downgrading. And I even said I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did. I had written down on the day how many they had, but I don't know what happened to that piece of paper, unfortunately. But I was trying to keep track, and I thought there'd be an increase. I said, I'm going to write this down because I'm going to track these guys. I think you're going to see that they increased. And they did. Doesn't surprise me at all. But at any rate, right now we're seeing it hold up very firmly at this number, and that's good for us. Don't worry. The whole market down. No worries. No reason to be fretting here. But a good buying opportunity once again. What we got in today on the low, some of us. And congratulations if you did. But we're just looking at some other stocks here. And just the others that have come over here have suggested I take a look at. And there were some others that were thrown out there too. And you can remind me, if we have any of you that pop in here, what those were. And goodness gracious, I am tapped out again on my coffee, so it's time to switch over and get some ice cold water. So I'll be right back. Well, today's the 15th, right, or something. Yeah, well, this is when I usually get her to send it to me. It's on the 15th. So I'm going to be talking to my mom tomorrow. And if I have to, I'll just have her send me some money. But nice that Julio knew we were having the party over this weekend and yesterday, and I called him the day before. I called him the day before to let him know, and he didn't answer. Left him a message. I called him the day of earlier to let him know. He didn't answer. I called him the day that afternoon. He didn't answer. I called him that night. He didn't answer. And he's just going to tell me that his phone isn't working. Honey, another thing though, he's not just working with her. He has another job that he does at nighttime. He starts at like I don't know what 7 or 8 in the evening. He works till 4 in the morning. He's doing data stuff on. He's doing something on the computer, and they deposit the money into his account every Friday. He gets paid on Fridays. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, oh yeah, yeah. Oh well, I understand. I'm just telling you that's what's going on. All right, all right. We're back and we're just rocking and roll. Get ready to go here. Had to talk over a few things with the missus, and we're getting things going here. We had want to thank you all for being here. And by the way, yeah, I did not check out Stock Goat's video, but good that you posted it there for others to know because they can go over and see what he had to say and what's happening. But right now, we're kind of in a stagnant mode and a sideways trading action. And the volume right now, just moderate and steady. There's nothing going on, and it won't be in my predictions without any real catalyst that I expect to be coming our way. But I am also looking at some other stocks that people have told me about to see what they're doing and how they're looking. And every once in a while, I just go to the some of these older ones that people have brought up in the past that I might want to consider. And so that's what I'm doing. And some of them have been very attractive looking stocks, but some of them have not performed well. And you can see RBT is completely bottomed here today, going right on down to 60. But then again, if you look at the 6 month, this is where I was saying get in. And so those of you who got in are still looking good, even on a 15% drop. But that's a big major pop down on volume is daily. So this looks like manipulation to me. I don't know what happened news-wise. Reports second quarter financials 7 days ago. What the hell? What's happened over the week then? Good Lord. Huh. What did they beat the street? Okay. Well, folks, you tell me. It looks to me like a possible buying opportunity. Let's look at the 1 month. I'm looking over here to see where the bottoms have been, folks. Right here. Looks very attractive, to be honest with you, at this price, because I've already shown you, folks, this company right here is owned mostly by insiders. Go over here to statistics and analysis. Statistics. Shares outstanding 76 million. Held by insiders 63%. Held by institutions 82%. Shares short 1.95 million out of shares outstanding 76. There's nothing. 2.5% shares outstanding, short percent. Huh. Wow. Folks, looks to me like some major MM action here on this thing and a good time to pick some up. Just my suggestion. You can get a whole lot of shares of this for very cheap. All right? And downside risk on a day like today, I don't see it. I see upside potential far outweighing the downside risk on this stock at this price. This is my call. Could be wrong. But that looks very, very... Look at the bottoms here forming. There's your really deepest 0.5842. And it was 0.58 for the low. Well, it's one for you to watch, folks, because I'm telling you, that thing could be a good popper to the upside again. Because on the 1 month chart, you can see where it was. $1.72. And I call this at 30-something cents. Dang. All right, well, yep, there it was. 32 cents. Well, whoever got in on that, and I know some of you did get in on that one. Congratulations. I'm glad for you. And now we're going to see what happens here through the lunchtime period. And will we see a lower low than what we saw at 8:38? If they don't get it here and don't achieve it here, I don't know when they will. Because I honestly don't think they have the volume to do it. I don't think they have the volume to do it with. Just my belief. I could be wrong. But I know one thing. I'm going to buy some right here. Let's get this done. Why? Because it's lunchtime and I like 8:48. I've always made money on this. And I'm going to pick it up now. We're going to just do a market. No, I'm going to do a limit because I want 8:48. And review ordered, please. Filled at my favorite number, 8:48. All right. And folks, I'm not buying 500 shares here. I'm not buying 1,000. I'm only buying a very small amount. I'm going to be picking up, like I said, usually 10 to 20 shares. And when they start to make their moves up, I come in with 50 every once in a while. But I still am lower than I was by about 1,800 shares on SOFI when I sold it at its high. So I want to get back up to that number, and I'm going to be doing it from this low up, right? And so this is where I start. I'm going to reuse this order. Just doing 10 shares at a time because they may try to come all the way through lunch to just before the end of lunch and try to get to 8:44. But this limit order I'm going to put in at 8:47. I've already achieved 8:48, so let's see if we can fill that limit. View order and place it. So I'll go 8:47, and I'm going to also, just to make sure I get the lunchtime low, I'll go 8:46. And if it gets on down there, I'll go to 8:44, but I'll place that one and we'll let those sit. We'll let them sit and simmer. Sit and simmer. Maybe they'll fill, maybe they won't. But I'm presuming that they're not going to, only because I've just seen how resistant this has been. Even there's 8:47. All right. Hopefully I got that one. Hopefully I picked that one up. Good for us. Good for you. Thank you, shorters, for pulling that off for me. And now I'm going to have to put in another one. You're enticing me to get more. Try again. Reviews. Limit. 8.4. There's 48 there again. 8:45. Review order and place it. So that way we're going to catch that if we can get it down to there. And my true feeling is they like that 844 so much, they're going to probably aim for that. So I'll put one more in. Limit 844. Reorder and place. All right. So let's let those all sit there. See what happens. I think we'll get them. We might. There's a chance. And we got some others that are here with me that are also buying. Jacob, hey, welcome, Jacob. Hey, thanks for being around. Cheers to you for checking in and coming by to see us. And I appreciate that very much. And yep, we're just sitting here watching things move up from here this afternoon where I'm buying right now. I'm filling my orders right now at these prices because that's where I think the second to bottom is. We already achieved the first bottom this morning earlier, and that was right down here. You can see that. And folks, unfortunately for the shorters, that's not good news because here you can see yesterday's low was 836. So today we had a 2-cent improvement. And tomorrow we'll have probably a 7-cent, and then a 9-cent, and then a 40-cent. Then it'll go up to back to 20, 25 cents. My feeling is the same thing that from back here on May 15th, we're going to see again a slow repetition of 480s, 490s, 514, 534, 549, 548, 605, 702, 726, just right on up. I'm not going to be surprised to see this. $8, $8.20, $8.81, $9.30. Because history, that's what happened from the last rundown. And for those of you that didn't see it earlier, I showed exactly that on this date, from the price 654 on 360 million shares over here they used, on all these shares right here that they used, they got the price to fall from that to here. And that, folks, is 29%. I showed everybody that mathematically, and then here you can see the exact same result. Here's where they came out. They shorted it here. It was at 210 million shares, and then they've been using this to work it down to the low they got to right there. And by the way, folks, that happens to be the exact same amount virtually. I'm going to show you, okay? So let's just see. We're going to go down here. For those that didn't see it before, I'm going to show it to you now. On May the 1st, the high of the day was 654. And if you take that figure, 6.54 minus, and then over the 4 days with 360 million shares, you get to this number, 459 minus 4.59 equals, divided by the original number, which was 654. 6.54 equals times 100 equals 29% drop. 29% drop. And look what we got here. What a coinky dink, right? We're going to go to the first 1170. There it is. 11.70 minus. And what did they get it down to? 836. 8.36 equals, divided by the original number, which was 1170, divided by 1170 right there, boom, divided by 11.70 equals times 100 equals 28%. 28%. So I pointed out to you also that in this last time on the 1st, they used a total of 364 million shares right there during those days to get it down. And this time they've used more. They've used 400, and I don't remember what it all added up to, but around 440 million shares this time. So it's taken them more to have less of an effect, right? More for less. Now, am I showing you this because it's a huge difference? No, it's just if history now turns and does the same thing that occurred after we saw this May 5th debacle down to 459, well, where was the price just 1 week or 1 month and 2 weeks later, from May the 4th all the way up to what day was it here? May the 4th to June the 14th, a month and 10 days, and it was up to 1023. All right? So, could we see the same increase from 459 to 1023? Because how much was that of an increase? 10.23 minus 4.59 equals divided by 10.23 equals times 100 equals a 55% gain. A 55% gain after they used 360 million shares to get it down to 459. This time they've used even more volume to get less of a drop. And what if we come off this and say 55% gain again, right? Just saying. Now let's do a 55% gain from 836. 8.36 times 55% plus equals $12.95. And I've been saying 13 range. Okay? And could we see that happen again in 1 month and 10 days? We sure could. Yeah, I think we could. I honestly do. Why? Well, only because history often repeats itself, period. And there are so many things in their oven, in the SOFI oven right now, baking, that are going to come out. You're going to find out. You're going to find out. They do a spin-off and they spin off. You'll see what happens to the stock price. And a lot of people are going to be caught off guard by it when it does it. I can assure you. I believe it. I could be completely wrong. And by the way, I am not a financial advisor. So don't believe 100% of what I'm telling you, because I am showing you just my perspective. And I want to thank all of you folks for being here with me. And I like this dark screen that I have on mine here. And I'm trying to figure out how maybe I can duplicate that over here. Any of you technical folks, I want to make this area black. So thank you all for being here with me. I see community moderation, participants, pop out, chat, toggle timestamps, send feedback. But I don't see a way to make this area black, which I would like to, just because it makes these stand out more. I can see people when they jump in. But yeah, I see what you say. It is. We were talking. Solo King says here, August and September will be a slow month with less volume. It's time to accumulate for colder months. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, definitely. And I think SoFi is going to be the one right now that makes the biggest move out of everyone in its category, in the banking category. And they're going to continue to beat estimates. They're going to continue to make profits. They're going to continue to bring people into their fold while other people are folding up their tents and starting to put away their locations and close down and cut back and scaling down and scrambling to try to do things like put out downgrades against stocks they own $58 million worth of, mysteriously. And as you can see over my vacation, I didn't bother doing any shaving, so I've just got my kind of a little bit of a bristly. Well, I shaved one time, I guess, but that was right before seeing Steve Miller. I had to be looking pretty decent there. But anyway, we had a good time. Had a great time at Steve Miller. He's just as good as ever. He's always a great artist, entertainer, and he played a version of Big Old Jet Airliner that was the original version of the song, and that was quite a different song, I have to say, with a very, very beautiful melody and slower, much slower than what it ended up being. But I thought it was cool that he showed you how it started and what it morphed into, because I know what that's like. I have songs that start one way and totally change and morph, and then they get bridges later on and things are built in. But he made a big hit out of that song, but I thought it was a hit either way if he would have released it. But I recorded it and I have it on video, and I might do a video posting of it on YouTube if I don't get into some sort of copyright infringement, but often that occurs. We'll try. We'll see, because, man, it was really, really cool. And people will appreciate it, I'm sure, if they got a chance to hear it. So hopefully I'll be allowed to do that. But I first got to create the little video, do that on my capture. All right, so here we go, folks. We're through the lunchtime. We're at a point now where we've started to see people start to make early entries around this time. And so I already did make mine. I got mine at 8:47, the lowest I could fill out just then. But I'm waiting, and I got orders below that at 8:46, 8:45, 8:44. And but I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're just going to see this thing come up. There's 8:47. Yep. All right, we'll see what they come up with here. We know they're going to muster up a little bit of a push down if they can. That's always time of day that they do. So it should be nothing new to anybody to see that. And but let's go back over here to, we were showing you some other stocks on Market Chameleon, and I tell you, this is one to keep an eye on here. It's up big time, but here's the chart right now. Holy cow, this thing is continued to scale right on up. DCTH, folks. DCTH, venture in, but wait in. Okay. I'm a catfish bottom feeder, but I'm showing you this because I found it over here on Market Chameleon at the top of the chart here. So let's just keep an eye on it. And TLSA, let's go see what they got going on. Sometimes you'll see these stocks like this get pulled back. No. TLSA. Tiziana Life Sciences. Okay. See, I like to catch these sometimes mid-afternoons. They'll get worked down a little bit, but then, and on this kind of volume, there's a possibility this could be a nice little springboarder this afternoon. So this is a good, cheap stock to watch right here. I like this cliff right here. I like this little bit of a cup and handle here during lunchtime too. So folks, this is already up 26%, so you got to be cautious, and you might want to take a look at it though, because if you look at the 1 month chart, see nothing, just degradation over the last month. But news popped today, and that news was Tiziana Life Sciences announces FDA IND clearance of intranasal forolumab for the treatment of Alzheimer's disease. Forolumab to advance into phase 2 human clinical trials using the world's only fully human intranasal anti-CD3 monoclonal antibody trial to be overseen by Brigham and Women's. Okay, well, there you go, folks. It's just these medical ones are the ones that pop like this. They can be loaded guns. They can even backfire. So just be careful. I'm just showing it to you. Don't know what to think about the day's chart, if it will continue to ascend or descend. Doesn't look good here, so just watch it, because these can turn, and you can all of a sudden in the afternoon see many come in and start to run it up fast. So that's one we'll keep our eyes on. Very good. And this DCTH still looks strong, pressing right past $7. We saw it briefly there get a pullback once it got to 688, but then boy, hit 870, 670, and off it went right on over 7 quickly. So just keeping an eye on that, just for you being here. Yeah, thank you for being here, everybody. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presence. Appreciate taking a look at what I'm looking at here. And there, where I'm going to get my 844 maybe. I don't know. Let's see. I told you they would like that number and maybe go for it. I'm still waiting at 844, but I got 845. So that's cool. I'm very proud and happy about that. And again, I'm not diving in here. I'm not buying 100 shares. I'm just accumulating. I'm doing the same thing that these others have been doing, like J.P. Morgan and Morgan Stanley. I mean, buying. They're accumulating. Gonna go again. Reuse order. Review order. See if I can get that one again. 845. There it is. I'm gonna try for it. Place. Got it at 845. Good. Because folks, this isn't gonna stay here. I've got an idea that because what we're seeing in the NASDAQ and all of these starting to reclaim territory they lost on this bogus rundown today, that we could easily see the NASDAQ go green here by end of day, because there was no reason behind this other than, again, just to consolidate and shake out the tree today for a good week ahead of us. We're going to have a good week ahead of us, folks. I think. I could be wrong, but it feels to me like we are, and I sure do like what I'm seeing here. This is it. Look at all these days in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just coming at SoFi again. All these folks. But look at that. Look at those lines of progression. They continue to be up. Look at the 200-day. Does that look like it's dropping to anybody? No, of course not. Of course it's not. 845. Bing. Come on, let me try it again. Let's do it. This is the bottom, folks, in my opinion. This time we're going to go market because I see it already moving. Beautiful. Scored at 847, folks. 847. All right. I like that when I'm feeling 2 cents more just a couple minutes later. And everybody already knows I own this stock for much less than this, and much more of this. Recent I've gained some nice profits on this, and I got money still sitting here on the side to buy with for these opportunities each day that they've brought at it every single day this week. I've come in on the low, and if you think about it, folks, let's go back and see how much I've suffered by doing that. Well, here we go. Since they came out on the 31st, the low right here was 972, so I bought some there, I'm sure. And then 986, I probably bought there, and I bought at this price, and I bought here, and I've bought here at 880. I bought at 8. Well, I didn't buy any of these days because I was out of the market. So there you go. And now I'm coming in at the lowest price we've seen over the month. The lowest price for this month is where we are today buying it right now. Congratulations, everybody who's buying it with me right here. At the lowest price this month. Somebody go, what? Is he right? Well, let's go back here. Do you see anything lower? There's 831 on July. There's 803. This is July the 10th, folks. I got news for you. We're in August the 15th. So if you go back to the 15th, the price right here on the 13th was 877, folks, and 894. Those lows, right? You see them right there. And now, here we are at 836 and 838. But folks, on this 877 and 894, look at that. The next day, 899, 943, 967, folks. Hang with me, stay with me, see where we're at, what we're doing. Okay? History. Yep, that's what we're all going to be saying about the shorts here fairly soon on this stock, man. They're history now. Yep, that's what they'll be. And they'll be going, man, that guy that was talking about history when I didn't think it really would repeat itself, but I guess it does. Right? Be watching this RBT too, keeping an eye on it. See if it's at the bottom today's chart. We're looking for a turnaround off this. And I expect to see it. But there you go. There's RBLX. Cookies talked about that one not moving well off of that dead line. It's flatlined it. I've seen that happen before, though, with other stocks. PENM makes a nice recovery here on the 1 day and is going to possibly move back up into Greenville. Whew. Man, oh man. Well, that's the picture right there. Let's go back over here and look at some others. This NVOS making a good move. Very good volume. I like this one though. TTOO. I like the volume of 15%. Let's go look at it. TTOO. Oh boy. A bio stock again. Of course, these are always, as I said, they can be very volatile. Wow, look at that thing. That's a rocket ship, folks. Look at that. What the hell? 192 million shares on what? Sidoti Events, LLC's virtual August micro-cap conference 2 hours ago. T2 Biogen regains compliance with NASDAQ's market value of listed securities requirement. What? Regains compliance? They're not even a dollar stock yet. I don't get that. Huh. But dang, look at that thing. Enter if you dare. Water's pretty deep there. You can go ahead and dive into 100 shares for pretty cheap, $50. Take a shot at the rest of this afternoon's run. But wow, look at that thing. It's breaking 56 now. Man, oh man. TTOO. Maybe look at it for tomorrow morning. Some of these are, when they make these massive runs, they're good buys the next morning when they get shook out. Okay, so sometimes a good idea to look for, because they try to shake out the newbies the next day in the morning. So watch. We'll keep these up here. I'm actually going to write these down to watch tomorrow. Sure am. TTOO. Price, we saw it at 0.55. And the volume was 196,282,000. And then we got another one here on the radar to keep an eye on. And that's DCTH. And that one is up to 680. 86. And that one is volume 86,272. Volume. All right. And like I said, these can sometimes be good opportunities. Man, really looks good though. And this one here, TLSA. And we're looking at 77.76. We'll put 76. And the volume is 28,652. Got it. All right, some good ones to keep an eye on, folks, maybe, for some good retraction moves. And we'll see. Boy, flatlined. Wow. RBT. Yep, still down. Here we go. Well, looks like it's reached absolute resistance here. Can't get to 844, they want to know. But we're trying. I'm trying to buy it there. And Jacob, yep, I'm over here. Make sure I got to keep track of this. All the folks that come in here and I make comments. I wish we could change this color. Maybe we can do it this way. Let me try something here. Display settings. I don't want it that way. No. Display view. All right. Well, get back over here where I can see. There we go. We're back up now. Now we're going to get that 844 here. Looks like they're trying hard for it. It's a number I called out. I said might seem to go for the 844 into lunch. So we'll hold on here and see what they're capable of pulling off. But that's still a far cry from the 838 we were earlier. It doesn't look like it's going to come true for them, unfortunately. It's not happening. So, once again, I say we could see a nice little runoff here. And by the way, I'm trying to play. Oops, it stopped anyway. The Yes full album is done. Now we'll go back to Grateful Dead. And I don't know whether we're going to hear it or not. But we're trying to put it in there as a source. And let it play. And there it goes. And volume. Yep, we got that right there. Volume over here. Volume is over here. It's on. And let me turn this down and pull this out. All right. I do, in fact, hear it now. So let me make sure to see if we've got it playing over here on this. Huh. Let's see if we can get this to work. Hold on. Yeah, we can do this. We'll figure this out. All right. This is the video URL. Copy. And then we go over here and hit add. And we can put in media source. Browser. Here it is. Cancel. Hold on. I think it's media source. We'll get there. Add media source. Source. This would be music. Oh my gosh. Get it right. Okay. Okay. Browse. Oh no, we're not going to browse here. We're going to try to use a URL. Local file. Hold on. Take that off. Input format. Local file. Restart playback. Source. I don't want that. Input. Sure seems like there should be a URL here. Paste. Okay. Ooh. Don't know what's going on here, folks. If you can hear any music playing right now, let me know. I don't know whether it's playing or not. I'm trying to figure out a way to get it to do it. Put it over here on the side. Maybe it's playing. It'd be neat to know. I don't know if I'm like I said, folks. Sometimes I'm trying to determine what I'm doing here, and I'm sort of new at it. But it's weird because I had the music coming over here no problem before. Some people have said to me, forget about the music, just talk about the stocks. But I like to have a little music play. I can hear it myself on my screen, so hopefully you guys can hear it. And if not, I don't know, maybe I'll just delete what I just did. So, but let's get rid of that because I don't think that's doing anything. Delete. Are you sure you want to remove display capture? Yes. All right. So, music. And I didn't want to do that I just did. So now we got to put display back up. Yes, we're going to remove the music. And then we're going to add display capture. All right. Okay. All right. Boom. We'll get it back. There we go. Now we're going to pull this display capture right underneath me. There we go. Now I got it back. And hopefully you're hearing some music, folks. I don't know. Look at that. We got the springboard happening already. Just as I predicted, end of lunchtime. They're already starting to make their way in. That's very good to see. And I think we're going to see the nice little move this afternoon. Based on what I'm seeing across the markets, they're all starting to make a nice little recovery mysteriously off of the bad news from China. That's what we heard anyway. We were all told China's the reason. And China cuts, rate cuts. So there you go. I'm not sure whose rate and what. If they got downgraded by Moody, and maybe they owe us and they got downgraded because they haven't been able to pay us back. I don't know. I don't know who we owe all this money to. I've said this before. I'm not sure who we owe all the trillions to. And but anyway, apparently we do. We owe a lot of money. And as I said, if you happen to be listening to what I'm playing and doing here, then maybe you can say, yeah, I can actually hear some music playing, because I don't know whether it's getting through or not. And welcome tonight. Remember to guard your privacy. Yes, everyone guard your privacy. Thank you all for being here today, as we kind of just watching this right here, starting to make a move. I think on an agenda, which we're going to see continue, is going to be just up and up and up for the next maybe 17 out of 21 days. Again, just like we saw the last time after they were able to bring it down. I just proved to everyone and showed you all exactly how much they brought it down the last time, and exactly how much they brought it down this time after the earnings report. And they're virtually the same number, right? But as we've already seen, we're seeing a recovery nicely off of this number here that they got it down to today, which was 1% less than the last time after 4 days of running it down on 360 million. So today, the historical charts show us all how they've used their, taking their steps to make it move. And what we want to do is get on the historical chart, because we want to see where we're at now. Yep. High 860, folks. That number's going to change, I think. I think people are in for a surprise this afternoon. That's just my way of feeling. I think that this is going to become, it says, slow stochastic, short-term down, mid-term up, long-term up. And look how they have their target price, 10.09, folks. Yahoo's picking now 10.09. Not 8.11, not 9.72, but they've raised it again now from 8.11 and 9.72 to 10.09. Okay? That's what they've done, just in case you're not keeping track like I am. And I think the bull market's coming, and it's going to start this afternoon on this stock and run for quite a few days in a row. And we can see what they've been doing since they got it here at 1170, and we've seen the volume that they've used to do it with comparatively to achieve the exact same, virtually exact same result as they did last time on May the 1st. But this time, as I pointed out, they made money by going hugely long the day before they came out with the earnings report, 2 days before, when they got it down to 894. They were long on that position. So they made a nice gain here from this 894 to 1170, where they shorted it. And now they've made a nice gain from this shorted position all the way down to almost as much as they made the last time after the first. They're 1% shy of getting to that low. When they hit this number right here, they missed it by 1%. But look how much more volume they've used this time, right? Not 360 million. This time it's cost them more to get to that number over a longer period. I'm going to write this number down. I want to have it written down this time. 42.4. 31.6. We'll give them 31.7. 28.12. We'll give them 28.2 plus 43.4. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. Plus 43.4 plus 37.7 plus 26.8 plus 27.6 plus 12 point, let's just say 13, plus 13. 439 this time. 439 million shares traded since the last earnings. And you know what's interesting about this, folks? In a way, is, and I've already pointed out, they used 364 million on May 1st through the 4th. 364 million shares. Right? Okay. That's cool. We see, but this is what I want to point out. It's a little bit more interesting. Look here at this main screen here on the main page. You see, we beat 3 quarters ago. We beat big time the last report, and the time before that. We beat also very nicely on the report before that. Here, this last report, we met. We only met. But here we beat nicely, and we dropped 29%. But on this one, we met, and we only dropped 28%. I'm pointing this out because I see it as a relevance. If we had beat here, we would have not even have dropped as much as we did this time, I think. But we only met this time, but we saw less of a drop, even though it took twice as long. Now they're like 8 days instead of 4 days. We've seen less of a drop when they only met this time. So that's another thing I think is kind of encouraging, that we didn't even beat this time, and they couldn't even bring it down to what they did the last time. Even though, again, it seems they've used even more volume this time. I could be wrong, because again, I'm not a financial advisor. I may not know what I'm talking about. I just saw 844 right there. I think I might have filled on that. There it is again. Well, we're right here into the end of lunch. Yep, I filled at 844. All right. Well, I called that number. It's one of their favorites, right? Goody for them. They've gotten it down now during lunch, 6 cents higher than the last achievement at early morning. Yep, I'll drink to that. A muscle milk that my beautiful wife just provided me. Keep me energized and in good health, right? Many of you have seen me consuming grapes and berries and even nuts at times, boiled peanuts. And, wow, let's just get back over here now. We want to make sure we catch the bottom here. And we just did, I think, at 844. So if you're along with me buying, congratulations. I want to thank you all for the ones that have shown up here today to see me back into the fold. See you coming back. I'm glad you're back here. Thank you. And I see you got yours at 844 there, hopefully UK Echo. So good for you there. I know I just did. So I didn't have in a big share order there. So I've learned that when you went to get the very bottom numbers, sometimes they can be there for just a flash in the pan. There's so many orders there that they all get bought up, and then that's not there anymore. So, just put in a small order and you catch it. Put in 500 share order, you don't get it. That's the way I've learned. Just giving you my viewpoint. And I'm very, very glad to see that every bit of these markets is doing exactly as I said. Look at the Dow down 328. The NASDAQ down 106, but climbing right on up, isn't it? Just right on up. Yep, that's a good-looking chart, I think. And we'll see what happens, though, this remainder of the day. But right now, that's one of the indicators I'm looking at, not to mention just the pure price of SOFI stock today. At a bargain price again. Right now, 7 cents higher than it was before. And people are not apparently afraid to buy it at $8.47, even though they could have just got it at $8.44. The mysteries continue. The mysteries continue, people. Why would anybody be buying at $8.47 when they could have just bought it at $8.44? Well, because the $8.44s are all gone, right? Right? Maybe. Here comes one more shot at it. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. Showing you these numbers on these other stocks today. We're not just looking at ours. We're looking at another one here called GMVD. Let's go see what that is. It's a big mover, GMVD. So we're going to come right to this. Change these letters, GMVD. Let's go look at it. Another medical. All the medicals on the roll today. Breakthroughs and advancements. 18% up, 22% stock. It's pink sheet, folks. Look at that, making a nice little move this afternoon on 33 million shares. It says 8 days ago, so there's no news here. Where's this mysterious pop come from? Maybe they heard something. Maybe someone got a phone call about something about to break. We're going to watch it. GMVD. Currently at 0.2225. And we're going to be up. And its volume is at 33,940. Yep. That's interesting when you might want to keep your eye on here. Some big volume coming there. These are day trades only, people. In and out. Day trading only. In and out. Do not linger. Do not tarry there, okay? With any of these, do not tarry there, okay? In and out on a day basis. Let's go down and see what RCRT is doing and why. RCRT. All right, there it is. Boom. Oh, they're not up as much as they were. They're pulling back. And this one I wouldn't probably want to be around. But what happened? 5 hours ago, Futurist acquires healthcare staffing business from Recruiter.com. Okay, well, they went out and bought something. All right. Well, we're looking at it. 6 month. Ugh. No, doesn't look good. Look again, folks. These are days, days to get in and back out. That's all you're doing. In quick, out quick. Don't hang around it. All right, what do we got over here? Yeah, thank you for being here, folks. I'm glad you're here tuning in, checking out what I'm showing you, these little cool things here. We're looking at some other charts and how to find these big stocks that can be big movers, and then how to watch them through the afternoon, because they'll really sometimes take off from 3:30 to 4 as the truth comes to be told about them, and you can really make a nice pop. You can make a couple $100 just like that. So that's why I bring these to your attention, folks, these other stocks that we're looking at today. And we're looking at them because I decided not to try to use my VPN, and therefore I'm allowed to pull up this one right here, marketchameleon.com. You cannot pull this up if you're using a VPN, because they want to follow you, track you, decide what they send you for literature ideas. So that's why you cannot pull this up, this information that I'm showing you now. Let's take another look at this one here, Solo. Now this has been in the headlines some, and we're going to put in Solo stock Yahoo. Used to own some of this. Electromechanica. This is they make cars. There's a Japanese company, I do believe. What did they come up with? Electromechanica and Teva announced proposed merger agreement intended to create a market leader in zero-emission commercial vehicles. Okay, well, there you go, folks. Look at that chart. Let's look at the 1 month. All the way down to 66 cents. Now it's 79-ish. All right, folks. 3 million shares. Looking at the historical data on this chart. Let's look back over the volume. Usually in the low to mid 100,000s. Huh. All right. Just showing you some, folks. Not that you have to jump in or dive in or do anything, but I'm showing you what's going on and why. Why is it popping? What makes it pop? What makes it drop? So there's some for you to take a look at, folks, that are making some nice little moves. And one thing you can do, just as an idea, get on early in the morning, take a picture of this right here. And then go back and take a picture 2 hours later and just look at it. Which one of these things is going up the chart fastest on this percentage gain, right? Or a drop. GLTO just getting torched and tortured today. And there you go. And you click on this again. Here, this one here, if you click over the volume, folks, then this will show you which one's making the move on the most volume or little volume. So this one right here, TTOO, is the biggest volume gainer here today. Priced at 45 cents, and it's got 20 million shares. NVOS is also a volume mover, okay, up 37%. Let's go look at it. NVOS. NVOS. Novo Integrated Sciences, another biolab breakthrough, probably some sort of, FDA. Novo Integrated Sciences and Farm 7 Group announced joint venture for Kenya cooperative agricultural product. And kaboom, off it goes. Boy, I tell you, look at the volume on this one. 167 million shares, 11 cents. All right, folks. Folks, I hope that you're appreciative of this by hitting the like button on your screen. And let me tell you, I really appreciate how much you've supported me and shown me the love over the last few weeks and months. I've had so many increased viewership and subscriptions, and it's all because of people like you. And I say thank you very much for having done so. Very, very much. And so we're just watching here closely. And I thank all of you who have dropped by today to see what I'm showing folks and what I'm talking about. And I hope that you're learning something here about how to use this market chameleon today to pick out some winning stocks and which ones are the biggest movers and gainers, and on which ones are you doing it on the most volume and so forth. So it's a good little tool that I use often, but I don't do it while I'm doing my live feeds because I'm usually, as I said, using my VPN. And I might tomorrow try to go ahead and use my VPN anyway, but I just wanted one day to show you that Market Chameleon as a resource because it's a good tool to use for checking these out. Another thing that they'll do is you can also find out what the short line. Let's go over here and see if I can get back to it. Hold on a second. Market Chameleon. Here we go. Boom. So if you go up here in this corner right up here and you type in, I don't know why I closed this. Close. There we go. See if we can get up to it. Click any row tables below. And there used to be a way up here in this corner to, oh, here it is right here. We're going to put in SOFI right now and search SOFI. And what we're going to get is a chart here showing you call puts. Look over here. 67% call, put 33%. Okay? Longs, doing the calling, shorts, basically, puts. And what I like about this here on Market Chameleon is you look how heavy they put in the puts here, and they were putting it in very, very heavily, more puts than calls here, and you can see the time. It was 10:40 to 10:45. We'll jump over here, and it shows you what time that was and where the price was, right? Price was at 8:56 at 10:50, and at 10:45 the price was at 8:50. So most of the puts came in here, folks, when the price hit 8:50. Do you see that? Look at the high volume puts put in at 10:40 to 10:45. It was 2,700 puts or shorters compared to 999 on the long side. And that was at 10:40 to 10:45 when the price was at 10:50. All right? So there you can see where their biggest resistance is going to be. And then they came in again heavy on it at 10:50 to 10:55. And that was when the price at 10:50 to 10:55 was at 8:53. Okay? And then look right here what happened. Somebody came in big time. 5,000 call volume to 225 at 12:20 to 12:25, folks. That's a massive amount comparatively, and that's very promising for us. Okay? You see that kind of spike right there in the mid-lunch? Well, they know. They're just like me, and I keep telling everybody, lunchtime's the best time to buy this dang thing, right? So they came in and they did it. Someone went majorly on it. And look at that big old yellow call volume spike up, right? And what time was that? That was at 12:20. And 12:20, you can track over here, see where the price was at 12:20. Right there, the time, the volume. You can see where the price was. They'll show you. Hang on. 12:20. Price was $8.47 at 12:25. 12:20, $8.48. $8.48 when these people came in, wham, bought a whole bunch. Hope you appreciate that. That's what Market Chameleon's all about. Shows you the call, longs, shorts, call versus put, and prices and times. So hopefully, again, you learned something right there. And look where the price is, back to $8.48. Don't be surprised to see them try to put more puts on it right here and try to push this thing back. But if it doesn't, then all those people that just put all those puts there that I showed you, now they're getting slaughtered by people that are buying it up and running it higher. And you can see it's already 4 cents off of where we just filled, isn't it? So congratulations to everybody. They just bought on that, technically a double bottom. Because the first bottom was here when they dropped it to $8.38, 2 cents above yesterday's low. Don't know why they couldn't push it any lower than yesterday's low, but they just couldn't do it, could they? Well, and that's the chain of events that started unfolding on them all the way back to when you go back to the May 15th. They kept trying to push this thing lower, and it wouldn't do it. They only got it 1 penny lower one day there after the 15th, and David Chiaverini's low of 445. And then look at the prices, the lows, 461, 469, 492, 491, down a penny, then 492, 422, down 9 cents, down a couple more, 3, 4, down 4, and then off to the races, folks. 522, 559, 610, on up. It just kept going up. 663, 671, 7. And we're going to see, yes, history could very well repeat itself, and we could see, as I've shown before, 19 out of 24 days up on the lows. And that's what began as of today, because today's low was 2 cents higher than yesterday's. After they used all this volume that I pointed out, 439 million shares now compared to last time, 364 million, right? And they got it to the lowest low they could get it to, and that was unfortunately not as much as the last time, which is surprising because this time they only met when the last few times they beat, and the last time when they dropped the price 20% or so in 4 or 5 days in a row. That time we had beat the street. This time we only met the street, and they couldn't even get us down lower on all that much more volume. So that's what I'm pointing out to you folks here now, just so you're aware of it. And, what we're going to see here this afternoon, who knows for sure, but it looks to me like the people aren't letting up on the volume. It just keeps pouring right in, just one 4,000 share buy after another, and you can just watch it trickling in and watch this price continue to climb as they just keep after it. All this steady flow, thousands of shares at a time, one at a time, not letting up on these shorters. They're not letting up on them, and I'm glad to see that. Everybody's being resilient. Everybody's being smart. Everybody's accumulating on these lows like I'm doing. And as I've already said, put your sell orders in on these stocks that you have way higher. Put them up at freaking $99. It doesn't matter. All you're trying to do is tie them up so they're not available for the shorts to borrow. So if you just put your sell orders in, good till canceled, and you have a price of $49, then guess what? Your order's not going to sell and they can't borrow it. So we're taking those shares off the table that they're able to borrow each time, and then thinner and thinner it gets, the tree becomes, the harder it is to pick the fruit. And they're going to find the fruit more and more expensive if we all can just make sure that we're doing that, tying up our shares, right? So I want to thank you all for being here, the ones that have popped in on me and checking out what I've got to say and what I'm showing. And I've got a whole new wavelength we're going on. We're not going to have any more delays or latency or glitches, I don't think, because we're at a much higher speed now, upload speed. We've increased our upload speed by 7 times, and it's going to get even better as the days continue to unfold with my new modem. So anyway, we're having a good one here. We're just watching a lot of other stocks getting hammered down, and we're watching some of these that are in the headlines today on major gains, and we're just watching them to see which one, see how this is dangerous, how this can be dangerous. So I tell you, I'm showing you these big gainers, and I don't buy at highs, I buy at lows. But I'm just showing them to you. I'm showing you how to use Market Chameleon to sometimes catch some real runners. All right, that's what I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. So anyway, this is definitely a point right here you might consider. That's a cup and handle right there, it looks like to me. And the volume on this looks good and strong. And just recruiter.com. I'm not sure what they're doing. Futurist acquires healthcare staffing business from recruiter.com. Okay. So Recruiter just making a little money there. Come up over here. And we're watching here again an attempt to take this right on down, but we're seeing this having been so resilient here, this 844 number. So let's just keep an eye on it and have fun with it and enjoy the fact that now the Dow and the NASDAQ is only down 111 points. And it's starting to improve. And the Russell is regaining as well. The S&P 500, all of them starting to come back from the earlier debacle. But we've seen this all before. And hopefully, folks, I'm not sure whether or not this is true or not. Hey, Gary. Hi, folks. All right. I would only worry about SOFI that goes down to about 685 and closes there for the day. Yeah. Well, that isn't going to happen, but I appreciate the truth. The truth of the matter, he's in the same boat I am. There's no worries here. There should be absolutely no worries whatsoever from anyone, because this thing isn't going to take off, folks. This thing is just they're accumulating, and just as they have been all along here on this stock. These institutions that just purchased, that just came on, 20 new institutions, those, and I'm seeing Gary saying that would be about 19% from the current prices. That's right. And that would be on, if it happens, Gary, on my call has been on absolutely no news at all, that kind of drop. And I saw even and said 666 could be a number they would try to attain. But my point is that will be happening, in my opinion, on no news at all. It'll just be in a big escape effort. Everyone will be scrambling around on the message boards going, oh my God, what happened? They must have got something's happened. The sky is falling. Everyone will be scrambling. There won't be any news. It'll just be them working their way out. And once they hit that very, very bottom, folks, that is when the true spike will happen. And it'll be in a stunning fashion that'll have people just not knowing, it'll just be an incredible, massive, very quick assault down on no news at all, down to maybe that number that you even called there. And I see where you're saying, you're saying 685. Very, very much so, very possible. And yes, I agree with you that this stock is being accumulated right now, just as it was 2 days prior to them coming out with the earnings call. Because I've shown people before, when you go back to this chart and you look at 2 days prior, look what they did to the price. The price was at 971, took it down to 894 on this volume, all accumulated because they wanted to get it there and then make it go to 1170 on this massive amount of volume, 210 million. That was to run it up, folks. They used over here on the 1st of May, on the last earnings report release that came out, and they beat, it was only 125 million because they weren't coming in on it. They didn't do the same thing, short it here, and they didn't do that. They didn't run it down and accumulate it here and then run it up to $9, which they could have. That was their tactic this time. The last time they just right out of the gate knocked the shit out of it, dropped it 20-something%, and they got a bunch of gullible people to sell right here. But people like Anthony Noto, the CEO of our company, wasn't falling for it. He bought a bunch of shares on that day, bought a whole shitload, just like he's always done. He bought it on that day. He also bought it the next day, and he bought it 10 days after that, on May the 11th. And he bought it on the 17th of May after the David Chiaverini downgrade. I saw all these dates that Anthony Noto stepped up and kept buying the shit out of it. Yep. So it's not just being accumulated by the people who are going to make this thing run wild to the upside. It's being accumulated by smart people that run this company like the previous CFO of Twitter, who is what he was. That's the position that Anthony Noto held, was the chief financial officer of Twitter before he came over and started being the CEO of this company. So, folks, here we are again at 8:44. Yippee-yah-ho for them. Congratulations on being now 6 cents higher than today's earlier low, and also for being 7 cents, 8 cents higher than yesterday's low. Congratulations, shorters. Wow, that is something to be very proud of, right? And you have to ask yourself, how many millions did they burn through here that they're paying interest on to get this thing down to right there, which was 2 cents higher than yesterday's low? How massively depressing for them to have to go through all that to get this thing higher than yesterday's low. So my feeling is we've seen back from May the 1st that it only took 4 days to shake out all those weak shares and get the price from 654 down to 459. 4 days on 360 million. This time it's taken a lot more effort on their part, and they bought more into it here on the day of 210 million shares. So they have more ammo to keep working this down and bleed it down over the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10 days. And by the way, it was on the 9th day that they hit the lowest low right there. The 9th day of trading, right? Obviously not August 9th, but 1170, yep. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On the 10th day, they made it happen. And they were even coming at it on the day after 1170. Look, they closed at 1145, jumped in the next morning, and had sold down to each other at 1106. Yep. But then the next day, guess what? It turned and went up. Look what's going to happen now. Does history repeat itself? I think it certainly does, because already I'm seeing yesterday's open at 852, and today we opened at 860. So that's good for us, folks. Look, and then they're showing that as a high. Don't count that out, that's going to be the end of the day here for us for the high. I'm just saying. Now, it wouldn't surprise me, but because of the fact that the whole market is now, look at the NASDAQ, only down 94. So a 20%, not 20% obviously, but 20 cent game off the 117 I just pointed out. So folks, this is looking better and better, 25 cent game. And it's coming right on up. And I don't know who called that, who said that was going to happen, but somebody earlier said that this might be a green day in the end. And said SOFI might even be green against everybody's disbelief. But I got news for you. When that thing came down here and hit my plateau line right there on my chart, it sure as shit stopped, didn't it? Right? And that's exactly what a good, healthy stock should do. It just maintains the course that it's been on and bounces right off of that line and goes right on up. And we're not the only one that can see this, folks. This is a 3-month chart. Let's look at the 6-month. Look here. Look at that. Oh, it's just a thing of beauty, folks. It just hits that line, and then there's just not, it's like magical almost. Boom. It's just like a basketball. Going to bounce right off of it again. Off of it one more time. And yeah, they took it down to this number here, But folks, they're having a tough time taking it down there now. This 805 that we saw earlier, forget about it. Forget about that. That's where we were. Look here where we were. 828, and they dropped it down to 805. Right? Forget about that. You should have got out then, shorties. You should have got out then. Right there. That was your chance to get out by the skin of your hide right there. Because right there, you can see the price over on the right, 805 on July the 7th. All right? July the 7th, 1 week after the earnings report came out. Or I take it back, 3 weeks before. Because it was July 31st that they came out with earnings. So 3 weeks before it came out, boom, they accumulated the crap of it there. Congratulations, whoever did that at 805. And now you can see now where the resistance level is at 845, 40 cents higher, right? That's not a bad game. That's not a bad game, folks. You can't complain about this. And it sure looks good right here, what we see happening right here. This looks good. Very, very strong. I like it a lot. I'm impressed by what I see there. And I just want to thank all of you who are here with me and sharing your thoughts with me. Folks, Gary says, folks, we're in no danger at all. It's my belief that the big players are actively trying to get us to sell our positions in order for them to and I'm going to have to scroll this up just a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. 100%. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Gary. And I'll say 10-4 just to get to where I can read all of it. Gary, not 0-4. People won't know what that means. There we go. So Gary says, folks, we're in no danger at all. It's my belief that the big players are actively trying to get us to sell our positions in order for them to sell us those same shares at much higher prices. That's right. That's what they want to do. They sell them back to the people that missed out on the run they're going to make happen. And they will, because, folks, you can already see it. I've shown you how far they worked it down last time and how far this time. We're equal. We're equal to the downward move, and now we're going to see the 55% run up. All right? That's my call. That's my call. And I hope to see it happen here very quickly. Everybody wants to see it happen quickly, but this isn't something that's usually what occurs. All we have to do is be very patient, and one day we're going to wake up to a news story that pops this thing up 20 to 25%, and we're going to take some nice profits and still hold our core position, but then we're really going to make some very nice gains is what we're waiting for. And like I said, the market is ours, on our side. Look at this starting to move now. 846, 847. Brew Tank, hey, Catfish is back. Need ya. Oh, yeah. Red days to keep me sane. Oh, yeah. Well, there's nothing to worry about here. Look, here's the bottom line. And I already explained this to folks. And thank you for being here. I get to give you some love for all that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Yeehaw. There we go. Celebrating time. And I say this because here's what I've pointed out to people already. Their achievements are very lackluster today, because yesterday they were able to run this down to 836, right? And by the way, you want to know how much that is from this high of 1170? It's 28%. Okay? So they've worked it real slow over the last 9-10 days now. 10 days of down, and then that was it, the bottom on the 10th day. Not like the last time. The last time the earnings came out, remember, on May the 1st, and it only took them 360 million shares here to get it down to 459, 20% drop. 20% drop in 4 days before the recovery started, and then never looked back and kept going up and up and up against them, right? And I've shown people this, something like 17 out of 21 days up, 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 up. Well, that's where we're at now, but it didn't take just 4 days this time to knock it down off of that high of 1170 right there. It took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 days. 10 days to get us down here. And that, again, is not 29% drop. That's a 28% drop. Okay, now, big deal. Oh, yeah, well, what happens now? We saw already here on the 29% drop after May the 4th, when they got it to this price here of $5 and the low that they achieved. I'm going to get back here to the 4th. There it is, 459. From that number, folks, from 459, the gain went to 1023, 55% up. 55% up from what they worked it down to on 360 million shares over here. From that number, within 1 month and 10 days, the price had gone up 55%. So, if we see history repeat itself, now after 10 days instead of 4 to get it down to the 836 low, if we see a 55% gain from 836, that, folks, is about $13, right? And I think it's going to happen. 8.36 times 55% plus equals, yep, $12.95 a share. But, folks, it's taken 10 days to get it to here. After the downside 10 days, we may see, instead of a month and 10 days, on the upside turn, this time half as much time to make it go up, which would put it at about 3 weeks to a month. It could happen, all right, because it's taken them a long time of attrition to get these people to sell out that they did yesterday at 836, all right, and the volume has been much lower that they've used daily to do it with. They've strung out all that they shorted on this day. They've strung that out over a long time, not 4 days in a row, right? So, yep, and now we see here again their very loved number of 844, which unfortunately for them is a far cry away from yesterday's low. So sorry about their luck, but this is, again, I think, the beginning of the turn that we saw the last time after 4 days. This time it takes 10 days on more volume. They had to use this time 440 million shares to get the price down only 28%, when last time it took 360 million shares roughly to get it down to the 29% drop. But regardless, these things look very similar to me, and why I call out history to tell the future is because it's happened so many times in the past. History has been proven to be repetitive. We know this. This is a known fact. So it's a tendency of history. It doesn't always do that, and I don't make any guarantees. And, we got someone else here with us. All right. Here we got Austin. Thank you for being here. Morgan Stanley bought 12 million shares worth over 100 mil. Yes. Hold on a second. I'm getting, my wife calling me. Hold on. Be back. What? No, it's got O'Neill's last name. All right. Back. And here we go. Let's see. So, Austin says, Austin. Morgan Stanley bought 12 million shares worth over 100 million. Yep. MS just shorted it to swoop in at the low. It's a fixed market. Yes. Yep. Oh, it is, Austin. I've said this so many times that it is. There's no doubt about it. AUSTIN. You're spot on as well. Yes. It's so true, and we're aware of it. See, we're aware of these things. MS just, he's talking about Morgan Stanley just shorted it to swoop in at the low. It's a fixed market. Yes, that's what they did. They shorted it at 1170, all right, and they've made now a 28% gain, and now they come in and they bought up, and they're going to make a 55% gain now, just like they did the last time. For those that are smart enough to be able to look it up and see the history and understand how they did it, like I'm showing you here. I showed you how they did it last time. And interestingly enough, if you watch my video on Friday, July the 28th that I posted, you'll hear me telling everyone this time they're going to play a different game perhaps. They're going to come in on it on the great earnings report that they're going to meet or beat, and they're going to come drive it up. They're not going to try to fight the wave this time. I think they're going to ride up with it, and they did. They exactly did. They had gotten in that Thursday before because they had accumulated all that Thursday to make the price run from 971 to 894 on that Thursday. Then Friday closed at 955, and look at that, 1039 opened 1170. What do you know? What a coincidence that this Thursday before, that all it did was drop and drop and drop that day on that chart. I watched it. I told everyone it's accumulation before they run it up, and they're going to run high with it, and they're going to be behind this move, and they did. They used a lot more volume even. It went up almost 100 million more shares, 85 million more shares here to get this thing up to 1170 than the last time when the earnings came out on May the 1st, and they used how much? 125 million to knock it down from 652 to 546. So I'm just showing you this because from 546 and that low, and then they brought it on down to 459, it was up 55% after that. So expect to see the exact same identical type of thing happen, but it's going to happen over a slow period of time, just like it did here back on May 1st, because they can't make it too obvious what they did, everybody. This has to happen slowly over time and mysteriously. And Then after they've got it down to the May 4th low of 459, if it happens over a long period until it gets to 1023 here, then nobody says anything about it. See? It's not visible to everybody. It's just such a slow, long 23-week duration that it's not mentionable. It just stays right under the radar. There's nothing going on. There's nothing fishy going on. Even when we saw the JP Morgan Stanley downgrade, that's not fishy, folks, that they own 58 million. That's genius. Here it is, right here. The price the day before hit a high that day, 945, and Morgan Stanley came at it, dropped it to 894, and then it was down. It was 877. I take it back. This is the day, July 13th, Morgan Stanley downgrade. I've shown you folks this before. That was the date, July 13th. They came out with it, knocked it from $9.39 the previous day to 877. Where they, by the way, we just found out they accumulated more. And congratulations for them on the backs of all the retailers. Now, look here. As I said, now we're going to see a long duration recovery that will go unnoticed. And it should be of little to no surprise whatsoever, folks, that this is what's about to happen. Because as I've said before, history often repeats itself. Right? So, anyway, just to get a relevance to the second day after the trouncing on a recovery mode the last time, let's see what happened on May the 4th and then the May the 5th and 6th. All right, so we saw a climb off the low. Here we'll get back to more May the 4th, 459, a 50-cent increase, and then a 20-cent increase, then 20 cents more, 24 cents, 4 cents, a little pullback. Here's when David Chiaverini came out, and from then on, folks, it was up, 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 and we were seeing 16 cents, and then we saw 8, and then we saw 12, and it was slow, very slow. Look at this, how slow it went up. Slow, low, 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 slow. Under the radar, keep it under the radar, and keep it under the radar. And look at it, 1023, bam, up 55% from where they went down here at it, right? So that's what I call for, a repeat of that, and I'm going to call it again right now because I calls them as I sees them after all my years of trading. And that's all there is to it. And congratulations to everyone who just bought with me at $8.44 per share and added to your coffers at that number, which is now going to see it in its rearview mirror for some time. And I think that it's very, very possible that Gary could be right. We could see a drop into the sixes before the big major takeoff. And that's why I tell you not to go in too heavy on this and have a lot sitting on the side of available to jump on an opportunity like that on a no news absolute fall off the cliff that everybody will be stunned and shocked by and freaked out so much. People will be selling on panic because there'll be no news and they'll just be freaking out thinking somebody must know something. Well, the only thing that they know is that the shorts are losing their ass on this since back when they shorted it in the 4s and 5s and 6s and 7s and 8s, and they finally got to get out, and there's no other way to do it but that way. I'm going to get a flash water. we got to take care of them. And I don't know if you could hear in the background, but we're having some fun here now. Let's get on back over here and see what's happening on our screens. So I hope that you're enjoying these little number games I like to show people over and over and have fun with. And I really, again, I just love seeing where we're sitting here right on that line. And seems to be no way to stop this thing from continuing to move up from this price here, right now. And I should have gone ahead and filled up my water glass because I now have finished up my muscle milk and I finished my coffee. So it's time to get some more refreshments. I hate to step away again here real quick, but I'm going to, and it won't be for long. And I'll be right back. Just chill out for a minute, and maybe we'll get over here and we'll let Catfish hang loose. Let's see here. Ooh-wee. Catfish, King Cat. Boink. Yeah. Okay. We'll go over here to headlines and we'll put in King Cat says, and okay, here we go. There we go. Doop. All right. Back in the Jiffy Pop. That's right, folks. King Cat will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, just as promised, 5 minutes is up and we're going to get back on it with Catfish Tyler. And I'll be back in a little bit. Hey, everybody. All right. Welcome back. Get in here a little bit closer on this. See what we got going on. Yeah, I'm going to pull this up closer. And we got to make sure that we stay tuned with everybody. And keep abreast of what's going on here, because we got some action happening on the bottom here, and we've been seeing it trading a long time on the bottom. What's the strike price? Here we go. So what you're saying is my August 18 calls in the red are screwed, LOL. So here we go. We got a lot of talking going back. Catfish is back. Need you on these red days to keep me sane. I hear you, Brew Tank. And Austin, Morgan Stanley bought 12 millions. MS shorted it to swoop in. Austin, you're spot on as well, right? So what you're saying is my August 18th calls in the red are screwed. Hell. Well, possibly. What's the strike price, Gary says. So we'll have to find this out. I'm not sure. We'll get over there and check. Let's see. But anyway, wanted you to know right now, though, it sure looks like things are good for us to make some good profits today. Again, off of our buying, when we were buying when I came on this morning right there. You can see it. That's when I hit the stage at 10:30 this morning and started telling everybody, hey, welcome back. We're at the bottom, time to buy. And some of us did buy some there, and congratulations if you bought in with me there. And congratulations for all of you that just bought with me when I was filling at 8:44 here just at the end of lunchtime or the beginning of lunch. And we're still seeing a nice little gradual increase on the NASDAQ starting to climb. And I think we're going to be in for a nice little afternoon run up. So why do I say that? Well, because I don't see any real sales going on here anymore. I'm afraid they're going to find out that the shares are beginning to become more and more acquired by people like you and me, true longs that have big core positions and are building on those positions, just like the institutions are today. So let's see here. Let's go over and look at some of these other stocks that we were looking at today just to see what's going on with them. Wow, talk about sideways. Man, ouch, PENN, dang. Coming off of that high, here we go. This is one we have an eye on and looking for a possible afternoon run. We got to be careful, though. Got to be very careful there. And let's see what we got right here. There we are. He's coming right across the flying screen. And you saw him. He's making his appearance along with Catfish Tyler. He's trying to land in here somewhere. We're going to have to terminate the intruder. And that'll happen soon enough, hopefully. So, let's see here. But that one's a good one to keep an eye on. And nope, not that one. Oh, here we go. There we go. TTOO, folks, right here. I think we're starting to see a little catapulting here. Man, look at the volume there. Be careful, though. Be careful. We're only buying 10, well, maybe 100 of that. That's so cheap. Won't hurt you too bad. This is another one to keep an eye on. GMVD, folks. GMVD. Also watching RCRT. These are all big runners on today's biggest gainers. I'm showing you today's biggest gainers and what's going on with them. Here's another one that happens to be up 26% and continues to climb. Solo is the big climber. When I popped on first, it was below 75, and now we're over 84. So, wow, nice one there. Solo, SOLO, news that they just announced a merger agreement intended to create a market leader in zero emission commercial vehicles. So that's why we're seeing a big run on this, and it could go even up over $1. So a good 15% gainer possibility still here on this volume. Watching it close. Keep an eye on that one. That's one you might want to move some money over into and make a little money, make some profits today instead of just watching a little sideways action we've got. So I'm just telling you about these other stocks to move over into if you're a day trader, and those are ones that I would highly recommend now to start wading in on, especially that Solo. We really ought to move that one right over here to the left, and I might want to even get on that. Let's see here. And we're going to close some of these other ones that we looked at, right? Novo, there it is. And this one, that's it, Solo. Listed as Electromechanica vehicles, and that looks good, man. It still has a 15% run up here from there is my call. to the 89 cent, maybe 93. So look at it, just watching it close. Look at that thing scaling up, folks. This is the one. We're going to move it right over next to SOFIs here, and we're definitely going to keep an eye on this. It looks like a good possibility for a continued run up this afternoon, and be careful, right? Be careful. We don't usually buy at the high, but I think this news is being very well received by the community, and it might be a good chance to get in tomorrow morning at 10:30. Okay, right when they shake out the tree from all these newbies coming in at this number. So there could be a little bit of a gain this afternoon, and then if you sell off from that and then come on back in tomorrow morning, 10:30 be my call, okay? Or even earlier. They might try to really beat it right out of the gate, but then it'll be sustained growth. We'll see. But that's good news for them. And and I like what we're seeing with SoFi holding up here now. It looks like that says over here 847, which is the true number. Let's see where we are, 844, right where I was buying already, and many already have today. And that, folks, is a good number to be buying at, right? And I'll tell you why. Because of the fact that they could not get even close to this number here again that they achieved earlier today, which unfortunately from them is 2 cents higher than yesterday's low. So, hey, this is a good place for you to make some entry on this one too. And we're going to watch this one here. We're dang sure going to keep an eye on this at 84 cents. You can get a lot of shares of this, folks, if this thing starts to continue to make the run up over 85 towards 90. But again, this is the number we know they like just as much as they like it on this, 84. And look at this, 844. So 84, 844, 84, 888. All these numbers are numbers to be aware of. And I am definitely very happy to see this one holding here right now at 844 very sternly and steadily. And that's much to the chagrin of everybody of the last 6 months that have shorted positions down here holding and paying the interest on it. Look at that, man. Wow. What number we got here? Let's see. 818. What we got there? 859. Yep, look here. 888. Yep. Mm-hmm. We're looking good, folks. We're increasing off yesterday's low, which is the first turnaround we've seen since the day of the announcement of their meeting the street and their earnings call. And their great forward projection, okay? Right? Their projection forward is very good, unlike many of these banks today, you know. And what their guidance was awesome, not horrible. The absolute opposite of that. 843, folks, at 148, almost 2. Ah, good for them. Good for them. 5 cents higher than the last low today. All right. Well, that's strong. That's strong of them. I got this over here in front of my chat. I don't know how it got over here. Get this thing out of my way where I can't see it in front of me. Chat. There he goes, Gary. Tyler, I took a position on NU. Okay, check out the chart. All right, sure enough, we'll do that. Let's get over there and do it. NU. Right on. Let's take a look at it. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. We're watching these other ones too here, though. We're watching these other ones. And that one I'm not going to watch because I can see that dropping right on off. So we're going to go to NU here. And we're going to look at NU. Boom. And this one is not for the faint of heart, folks. This has had some interesting movement. Just to show you here lately, look at that right there. Nice and strong and a stable and a nice move. Yeah, I like it. That looks like a chart ready for growth. And if we get in here on the interactive chart of it, let's see what that 45 and 50 day do. And I think we're going to see yes. Well, folks, right here, this is what we call, on the long-term chart, this is called a convergence, right? So let's go to the 6 month. Yes. Yep, I like that position. I like you taking that up. That's good. I think you're wise to do so. It definitely looks like a very nice plateau forming right there for the last, since the 8th. And I like that number, 88. It's one of my favorite. Yes. Okay, I see that. That looks very good. Yeah. Let's go to the 5 day, see what that looks like. I see a double bottom boom right here. And boom, right there. And then a nice little pullback there. Consolidation from 791 down to what? 786. So a 5-cent drop and then a pop, right? Yeah, sure. I like it a lot. I like this. I like what I see right here. Look at that blue 45 in the 50-day here. I like that a lot. Looks good. Looks strong. Looks very, very strong. And I like it. And let's go back over here. We're going to look at some other parameters. Sure do you like that chart? Yes, I do. A good opportunity to be buying right here, too, on a dip. It looks like a tiny dip. All right, well, we're reading here that new holdings to post Q2 earnings. What's in the offering? On August 15th. All right, well, earnings surprise of 33% in the first quarter of 2023. It's supposed to release its second quarter after the bell. Okay. I'm looking at it. Not usually my process to hold through earnings, but you know what? I held this time through earnings on SoFi, their earnings release, and I got a great spike off of it. And I did it because I thought they were going to do what they did. I thought they would do the opposite of what they did the last time, and I thought they would jump on the train and run it up, and I was right. So I got lucky on that one. And I held, as I told people I was going to do, I said, I'm going to take a chance. I've already made so much money on this stock that I'm really playing on house money, and there's little risk for me. So I went ahead and played it, the whole position over earnings call, and sure enough, they came on in on it, and just as I expected them. Because they like to break it up. They don't always come at things the same way. You know, that becomes too predictable for them. This time, they said, let's just ride this wave of great earnings report and lots of volume coming in and push it right on up for these gullible people that don't realize that, you know, it's up 20% and it shouldn't be. But yeah, so they did it, and congrats to them and congrats to me for not making a mistake this time and selling all my shares. I still had about, I don't know, $10,000 or $15,000 or something to buy it with, but I didn't sell off any of my big amounts until the day it hit 1170, where I dumped about 2,500 shares. And I've been using that money all along every day on these little pullbacks to accumulate more. It's like I'm doing right now. There we go. Look at them trying. See, they have an agenda here, folks, this afternoon, and that is to get to that number that they got to 2 days ago. They want it lower, all right? So just, if you want to make sure to see them defeated there, put in your buy orders for the amount of $8.37. And that's what I'm going to do, because I see the historical data, and the price was $8.36 yesterday. That's the low. So, of course, I'm going to put in some shares at $8.37. You're dang right I am. I'm going to do it right now, because we're going to try to do this right here before 2. And I'm going to definitely put in 837. Log in. Okay, we're in position. And I'm not going to make it easy for them. I'm going to put in my orders all the way down here. I'm going to try one at 840 first. Limit 840. There's 841. Review order in place. All right, let's see if we can get a 840 price here. Let's try that. And then we're going to go ahead now and also pick up, because even if they get there, it doesn't matter. It's going to be beyond this price by the end of the day. In my opinion, I could be completely wrong. But I see what the NASDAQ's doing. I see what the Russell's doing. Everything. So I'm going to pick up some more here. Use order. And change it to limit. Place it. 842. Oh, okay. That's cool. Doesn't surprise me. That's what they're all filling for here. 842. There's 841. Let's try here. Reuse order. Review order. Place order. Market order here. Filled at 843 that time. Huh. Goodness, I guess that's not going to be in the cards for them in lower low today. And the price is already approaching 2. Right. Use. And now that I see it starting to make it move up already here off that, I'm definitely going to come on in market orders here. 10 shares at a time. Place. Filled at 842. All right. Now it's at 844 already. Doggone it. Well, at least I caught the next lowest afternoon, 842. Which, by the way, look here at the price here the day before. What was that? On August 11th. What was the low? 842. Goodness gracious. I had they hate seeing this being over that. Not only is that they hate seeing it over 836, but now it's over 842 we're going to see a close of. Double upside on the lows, folks. I'm pointing it out to you. Reuse order. Review order. Limit. No. Market. This is market. Place it. Filled at 843, folks. 843. 843. 843. And that's good. I got the lows right there. I'm happy for helping move it on up a little bit right before 2 o'clock. As you can see, there's not going to be any big sell-off, unfortunately, for you shorters. And the price isn't falling any further at all. So that's my call. That's why I'm catfish, and I call the bottoms. And we just saw it right there, folks. For whoever got in with me, cha-ching, cha-ching. If you got in right then at 842 with me, I appreciate you being here and your support. I appreciate what you're saying. Johnny Jones, we've got a lot of people here. Yeah, I checked out the chart on NU, and I like it. Johnny Jones, the update to their investment, and it was a nice upgrade. Yes, let's go down here, and we're going to put, I have to put, yes, indeed. And by the way, I can't do that yet until we give Johnny some love over here for that comment. There you go, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody stays informed here, right? We keep each other informed of things. Thanks, Johnny. All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. It says the update to their investment app was a nice upgrade. Yeah, all right. Yep, I hear you, Johnny. Yes. And actually, I need to try to get into that. I'm going to be looking into that in some detail about trading on their platform. I believe that SoFi is making that available, and I might come over, check that out, see what the potentials are and the advantages. And we might see something a lot easier than what I'm working with now. I'm not pleased at all with Charles Schwab's changeover from Ameritrade to their new horrible ordering system. In my opinion, I cannot stand it. So I might do that very quickly. As many of you know, I'm not one to just sit around idly by. There's 841 again, 2 o'clock, last ditch effort, folks. They're trying right here. See if they can get that number again down to below. And God bless them if they do, because that'll just be to our advantage to buy there too. So I've got my order in. I'm going to put another one in at 839 because I don't think they're going to get to the number they want. Use limit. Okay, 10. Let me place order. Let's see if we can get that in there. Yep. All right. So we've got a limit order here now, sitting at 839, and we'll see if we can get 840. We'll put in another one there. Try it. 10. 840. Review order. Place it. See if we get lucky. There's 841. We're close. We're close. We're close. Oh, man, let's get that 840, 839. Man, let's get these numbers and keep this thing off this, because we know what they're trying to achieve here. It's all just a matter of calling their people and say, yeah, we got another lower low today. Yep, we got it to go to another lower low than yesterday. So that makes now 11 days in a row for a lower low. That's really scaring everybody out. Oh, is it? Or are they all just buying it up like institutions? Every time this happens and it gets down about this much, 25%, boom, mysteriously they pile in. And instead we jump from 800 or from 613 to now 633 institutions now own positions over the last 3 weeks of this stock they've been accumulating. Like the wiser of us, follow the money, right? Follow the dang money, folks. Realize what their efforts are and achievements are, and know when to take advantage of their dropping the prices just to make a statement, right? That's when you fill these orders when they're in their desperation modes and they're just trying to make some sort of silly statement. But it isn't working for them anyway, because as I've already pointed out to you folks, looking over the historical, this number that you see, 842, well, that was already there. And right now, that's being a very stubborn number for them. They're not able to push it below this. That's just a losing battle for them if they can't make this go down below that 836 number, which they're now 5 cents away from at 2:02 in the afternoon. And watch the volume they're going to use here. Yes, Gary says, Tyler, I'm thinking that SOFI is going to go a bit lower. Keep your powder dry. Yes, I'm ready. I've already said I am looking for a massive drop on no news whatsoever. I want to see this thing fall 25 to 30% on no news. None. Just a mysterious out of the blue, out of nowhere. They are all working in cahoots. The price absolutely skyrockets down. Everyone is scrambling. The sky is falling. That's the scenario they want before the biggest upside move that this stock has seen in months and months and months. And so that's what I'm waiting for. I have a lot of my money still on the side waiting for that, okay? And although I'm pulling the trigger here at these prices, at these lows of the day, at 838, 839, 840, it's because I'm not worried about buying at that number, since I've already bought $5 less or $4 less and $3 less and two. I've made so much money on this dang thing that at this stage of the game, I like to give the support at these numbers that I know they're trying to achieve. So I don't want to see them get that price any lower. So I put in my orders. They may be just 10 shares. They may be 5. But everybody else is putting orders in here too. They haven't let it get any lower this afternoon. It hasn't dropped below this low of 838. And the number they want, again, is very, very clear. They want this number right here. They want 836. And it won't do them any good to get it in the after hours, because it won't be shown. No one will see it then. They need to make this happen here during the daytime. They need to make it happen right now. And this is the time they're going to try. And so we'll see how successful they are. Or if people are just like, oh, man, are you kidding me? Tyler's spot on this, and everybody else knows it too. This thing is freaking going to go off. I'm going to go ahead and get it now. I'm not going to let it get any lower, because it isn't going to get any lower. So you'll see. You'll watch and see what happens here this afternoon. And my feeling is that my orders that just filled, that I just got there, I'm sure I got that number 841 just now. And so I'm not worried. I got my orders already loaded in. And they're not big orders. I'm only doing 10 at a time. So I'm still shy of what I had by about 1,500 shares when I sold on the high of 11. I didn't sell at the high of 1170. I didn't get that number right there. I got 1166. And I told many, many people that I thought it was time to sell, that were here with me on my channel during that day. And when that happened, I said, folks, they like this number, and I would be suggesting that this is where you pull some off the table. And those of you know that I did say that. So, yep, let's go out here. I hear you, Gary. Oh, and I want to make first, I'll go to boom and go doo-doo-doo. Yes, indeed. There we go. And now we're back down here. Yep. I always have powder. I always have powder. And I always have the powder that comes at them when I think it's the most effective. And what I think is most effective right now is to use my powder to keep them from getting to that number that they want, that I know they want. And so I'm going to use some of my powder right now. And I'm unloading it. I have, as you've seen, I just popped off a few rounds. And all I did with that powder was make my other powder and my other gold that I in my reserve, my Sofi, worth more, right? It's just worth more, 3 cents higher than what I was just filling at. I'm going to do it again right now. And I'm saying this because I think we're going to see this thing make a nice move from here this afternoon all the way through up until the closing time. And I can see what's going on with the NASDAQ. I can see what's going on with the Russell. I see the entire market, everything, all this fear that they're claiming is there. But I've seen so many times the following days after these kind of days where the stock market mysteriously just seems to shrug that off, whatever caused this, and the next thing you know, it's off and up and away. And again, all I'm saying is it's just my observation, and I could be completely wrong. And so I say that. I tell people, yeah, don't dive in. All right? How many times have I said that? Don't dive in. But folks, I'm looking at this line right here. This is what I'm looking at on the 6-month chart and on the 1-month chart. I'm getting in right here, and I see, man, this is right here, convergence. Look at that. Right here where my hand is, that is a convergence, where the price is right here, right now. And what do I see down here? That 200-day moving average. Look at it down here to the left where it is now. Does that look like it's descending? Hell no. And look at the RSI. We've dropped below the 50% on RSI, and we're down to 38, 34. You'll see. You'll see what's going to happen this afternoon. You watch. Plenty of upside room here still, very much so, regardless. And the reason they're showing this chart is green instead of red like today is because this is the 6-month chart showing all the losses by the shorts who shorted this number when David Chiavrini said that the price was going to drop to 250, and they shorted it at 476. By the way, right where Anthony Noto was buying, was he not? He bought at 467.5, 4675. I know that. And he bought at other prices too. Every time they tried, he came at it and bought. Smart guy. Getting a nice Christmas bonus right now, even as we speak. And he's probably enjoying the profits that he's made off of this stock by buying more like I am when it hits these dips. And that's why I tried to see if he'd made any more purchases recently. So we're going back over here. We're keeping an eye on these stocks that are the biggest movers of the day. And NU, now green, up 01, 795, and it's turned green. Congratulations, Gary. Thank you for that tip on that one, too. I think you're wise to be buying here. And I think it's going to break 8. And we might see continued interest in this based on what they just announced. This is, Kathy Wood, I guess, is in on this one as well. And I really like what I see over here. It looks very, very good with that looks just like SoFi, doesn't it? That, oh my gosh, 327, 425, 850, 1.8. Wow. We're talking almost identical, folks. So I like it. And we're talking the same price range, right? Right? Yeah, obviously. So look at it now. It's 797, starting to make a real move. I like it. That's a good call, Gary. Good one. Good one. And everybody can get on some of that and make some money on that one too. That's what I call. That's what I say. That's what I see. So very, very cool. Yep. Yes, indeed. But where are we now? We're right here at 2:10 in the afternoon. And it's getting to be more and more abusive for all these shorted positions here. Just getting more and more discouraged. And they'll be leaving more and more. Look at here, right here where we were on June the 26th, 8:20. I guarantee you there was people that shorted that there. And we already know that they've already shorted this at 850 a lot today. A lot of them, by what I showed you on Market Chameleon, we know they put this at 850 a share, right? So let's just see what happens here throughout the rest of this afternoon. And if all those puts start saying, oh man, this thing gets up to their number at 850, they're going to get out because they're losing their profits. And they're paying interest, folks. Just keep that in mind. Keep it in mind. Yes, indeed. And we've written down these ones that we're watching here. We've written them down, and we're going to keep an eye on them. Look at here, 797, watching it close, watching NU. And we're going to keep an eye on this one, too. Up 55% today, this NVOS. I'm looking for this one tomorrow morning at 10:30 maybe. There's a lot of these that I'll have on this list to watch at 10:30 in the morning, and they might see a nice, quick drop on shaking these people out. But the one that I'm most interested in, besides SOFI at this point, is Solo, and that's this one, ELEC. Okay, I like this one. So just keep an eye on this. Of course, they got it to 88 and put a stifle on that probably because to see what the high was. You'll see here, days range, it'll probably be 89. So 8795, almost 88, folks. So you can see these numbers I mention to you all the time and tell you about. And if this thing pops over 88, then off it goes to 99 and then right on up, I think. So that looks good, very good. Solo does. And this is on the news of a merger that they're having. All right. So Electra Mechanica and Teva announced proposed merger agreement. This is proposed only. So be careful. If they don't go through that merger, just like Eni didn't do their proposed merger with Griffin that made their Eni stock price go right through the roof and made a bunch of money for me, but then they never did the merger, never completed it with Griffin, and everything fell apart. So tread lightly. Tread lightly. Do not need to worry about treading lightly on SOFI, though. Not my opinion. 845 now, folks. And good for us that just bought there at the 841 number. Because, folks, my call is that was the bottom for the afternoon and that we're going to see a nice little move come in here this afternoon. The closer we move to that 850, we might see them start to say, okay, I made a little bit of money at least. I'm out. And then they got to buy. They got to buy to get out. So let's see how greedy they are today, right? See how greedy the shorts are this afternoon. That's all I'm saying, and I think they are going to be greedy because greed is in everyone. Everybody wants to make money every day, and right now they're up a smidgely amount, but 2% is better than zero, and some of them might say, I'm out, and start buying their way out right here and now. So we'll see that. We'll see that. We'll see what happens. We're going to come in here on the one-day chart right now on SOFI because I want to see what they're using for volume here to manipulate and hold this still. Look at that. Look at that big one there. What was that amount? 362,000 at 10 to 2. That's $3.5 million almost, folks. Right? Well, let's just call it 3 million. 3 million to get it down to 842. That's how hard they tried. That's how bad they wanted to break that 836, that they threw away that much money. Let's move this chart over and move in on this closer. Let's get down here where we can see a little bit closer what's happening now, though. Well, after that, somebody said, well, I'll take 68. I'll take 500,000 worth. And this person said, yeah, I'll take freaking 60,000 worth. And this one here said, yeah, I'll take freaking 52,000 worth. And then the retailers kept behind it. And now you can see what's happening. It's bouncing off of this line right here. Watch this blue and gold right here. Watch them come pinch together and then the blue go beyond. That's what we want to see happen next. We're watching that real close and we're going to see it happen perhaps right here, right now. There's no better place to be, folks. Thank you for being here. I sure appreciate it, and I'm glad you're here with me after we've had 5 days of fun-filled fun all over the state of Michigan. Went up to Tawas, a new area I had never seen and had only heard about, and enjoyed our time there. Then we went to the Steve Miller concert the following day. The next day after that, we needed recuperation, so we just basically went to the local hangouts that Cheryl and I are always going to around our area. We took them to each and every one of them almost, so they could see the places that we go, the places we spend time, where we, are known by folks around, and had some good times in each one of the places that we went. And yeah, it was fun. We had a very, very good time. So now when we post up pictures like, hey, we're here and we're there, they'll go, oh yeah, there they are. We were there and we were there. And but anyway, we got to show them my wife's med spa, and that's Facials and More Med Spa over here near our area in Williamston, Michigan. They have excellent, excellent ratings. My wife has been in business now for over 10 years, in her 11th year of business, and very successful. What was that, darling?
I've been an esthetician for 15 years. I've been at that location going into my 11th.
Aha, see? So that's your update. She's been a licensed esthetician for 15 years, and she has been in her own practice because everywhere that she was working prior, I just didn't ever think they treated my wife fairly, and they made her just do incredible things, including her last doctor, who was just absolutely atrocious. He said, we can't afford to pay for the heating in your room. You can't have a little heater under your feet. And I mean, God, and keeping the temperature down at 70 degrees in the sun. That was her. What?
Let's not name any names.
I'm not. No. But why not? Daggum guy did exactly everything I'm saying. There's no misrepresentation. Absolutely. But I finally told her, do you go in there and tell that guy to stick it, and we'll get you in your own place. So we opened up another building. We rented a location in Williamston in a very high traffic area. We gets a lot of flow because there happen to be a couple of restaurants there. Right across the street is one restaurant that's prominent, and of course then there's other things right in that area. Our big grocery store, downtown grocery store, where everyone goes for groceries that live miles around, is within a stone's throw of that. So she's got a great location, and a lot of people come and visit and are very, very happy with the treatment they get. We just bought a brand new laser and got it in there for doing laser hair removal and skin treatments. And so we're, well, that's just scaling right on up, and it's the same success rate, hopefully, that we're going to see SOFI continue to do. And look at this 846 now. Where'd that come from? Right? And then where's going to be 847 and 848? I'm telling you, folks, the closer this thing draws to 850, watch them start buying out of here. Because I already showed you here on Market Chameleon when they were shorting it the most. Yep, I did. And if you didn't get a chance to catch that with me, we're going to go just take a look at some of these other ones right now. The NU still 797, okay, holding up well, looking good. This one has been continued to be taken down. Just watching these, but let's see here. Oop. 845. I like looking at this longer term chart, right? It's what we need to be looking at, because that's where our vision is. It looks very, very promising and very good. Just a little pullback here, and not even to this number that we saw before at all. And off we go off this number. And there's 846 now. And folks, I'm going to keep coming in on this now. I'm sorry. Sorry, shorters, but I see opportunity here. I'm going to buy a little more. And I'm going to put the fire under them. Market order, review. We're just going to do 10. Review order and place it. See what we get. Filled at 845. Nice. Very nice. 845 is a good number. There it is. I like it. All right, good. We're just going to keep the fire on it, because, folks, like I said, I don't want to see them attain a number that is 836. And we're 10 cents over that now, so I'm going to go in again. Review order. 10. Yep. Place it. See where we go. Filled at 846 that time. That's too bad. Sorry, shorts. Sorry about that. Well, I guess it's that others are coming out with me they're trying to take their profits, and I'm taking that. I'm making profits on them taking profits. That's what I'm doing right here now, buying these shares. And right now, 5 cents higher than I was just a moment ago. Right, everyone? Everyone was with me, knows and watched. Watched me buy them right there. Bing, bong, boom. Right? And that's okay. I'm not buying major amounts here. Just helping propel it on upwards to the end, the closing. That's going to be, in my number, 866 or maybe higher, 869. And the only reason I say that is because my presumption is, again, the closer we get to this 850 where all those puts were placed today, and that's what I was going to show you guys, And I appreciate you being here with me while I show you these things. But this is a news source where I got all of these new stocks up here, was going to Market Chameleon today. All right, M-A-R-K-E-T, Chameleon. We'll get there. Market Chameleon, pre-market highest. And then we're just going to go up here on Market Chameleon and type in SOFI. But the reason I got all these other stocks up here on the top across here were from these pre-market highs and the percentage gainers and the ones that had the most volume by clicking on the volume, right? TTOO. So I'm watching these, and you can click on percentage to get the lowest drops, the biggest drops, and the biggest gainers, right? Biggest pops, biggest drops, right here, Market Chameleon. Another source for you if you didn't know about this. But if you go up and you put your stock in here, if it's the right kind of stock, you can click on it, and it'll show you how many people put calls and all this. So look at that call volume when the price was right there, buying it up 5,145 calls to a measly 225 puts. But here's where the big putting was going on. Shorters, 10:40 in the morning to 10:45, 2,700 puts to 999 calls, right? And what was going on with the price between 10:40 and 10:45? Skip over here and it'll show you. 10:40 to 10:45, the price was $8.50, all right? 10:40, the price was actually at 10:40, where was it? $8.44, folks. At 10:40, they were heavy in it. See over here? See? $8.44 was the price. You understand now why we're sitting where we are? Okay. Just so you're aware, right? Heavy puts at this number earlier today already. This number right there that we're seeing on your screen. And this is a helpful way of seeing why they try to achieve and keep these numbers, because they were so heavily shorting it right today, right? And that wasn't the only price, folks. They shorted it even more at prices. But right here, you can see the price from 10.50 to 10.55. You can, hold on. Let me get this out of the way. There you go. 10.50 to 10.55, where was the price? Well, 10.56, price was 8.53. So they were shorting it there too. Big time puts, all in that number. And there were more that put puts on it down here, right? Right here, you can see all those purple puts, all in that price range, right? Should be easy to see. Definitely easy to see. Let me try to get this. Hello? Yes? What is your name? Well, you got the wrong phone number. What number are you trying to call? No. My area code is 517, so I don't know how 989 could be relevant to 517, but no, you're way off. Maybe try again. Sorry. Yep, bye-bye. Well, we were nice to that one. Why not? Every once in a while, hey, look at what we got going on here with this solo move. Wow. Dang, people. Man, oh man, look at that thing climb. Okay, that one's on the radar. RBT's on the radar. Pin is on the radar. It got taken all the way down. It's climbing now. Let's get on over here and look. That one's going to make a move up, still possibly. Look at here, TTOO, very nice. Gapping right on up off that cup and handle, very sweet. Watching all these here, NU pulled back a little bit off that high. Resistance there would be expected for sure. This one's still sitting sideways. But SOFI, I'm trying to show you over here where they were putting their puts in and what time it was when they were the heaviest at it. Heavy at 10:25 to 10:30. Puts were there, heavy there, heavy there, heavy here. But the heaviest at 10:40 to 10:45 when the price over here was showing from that right there, where the price was down here as low as 8.44. 8.44. So it should be very little surprise to what you're seeing right here, right now, an effort to try to hold it at, right? Look at that. And it ain't going to work for him, I don't think, unfortunately. So they are starting to lose money, even already those that shorted there and put puts on at 850. You'll see them when it gets on up over this. They'll be very hard, stubborn to try to keep this from going any higher. But that's not happening. You can see already this thing's going up. Carlos, hey, Carlos. All right. Welcome, Carlos. Yes, we're just showing everybody. And, yep, we're having some fun here, man. Thank you for showing up and being around. It's good to be back. I appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. And we're making some money because we already bought today at the low. A lot of us at 840. And we're now watching it continually going up this afternoon, which is why we bought it at lunchtime. Many of us had our orders in, including UK Echo, who I know had orders the same prices as I did, and all of his probably filled too. So congratulations to you, UK Echo, and right along with me, buying at the same time, same prices. And UK Echo had actually put in his numbers earlier, and I said, well, we may see him at lunchtime, and sure enough, we did. They filled just like a call, just like the call was. I'm still adding to my stack of leaves, 2,025 leaves in SOFI. All right. Yes, NVDA will drag markets with it. All right. NVDA. Yep, and I tell you, I've been looking at a lot of other stocks today. Many of them are starting to do some things, and the biggest one we're looking at here. Look at this solo move. They're going in with another company, proposed merger agreement, and they want to be the leader in electric vehicles for the commercial market. So that's why we're seeing this big spike on them. We also had Gary point out NU, which has a very, very excellent looking chart, almost identical to that of SOFI's, and a very nice, strong base building here, right here. That's a long time lateral, man. That's a major base right there from which to move on up. So that looks very, very, very promising for future growth as well, and expansion upwards. I'll just say that. Kathy Wood apparently has a position there. And so we're going to get back over here because I want to see where we are here and keep an eye on this. And one of the things I'm doing here is I'm not just looking at the historical volume to see this is the number that they're so desperately wanting to see today, or lower than that, and they just couldn't do it. They got 2 cents away and they got stifled, right? And so everybody just came right on in. And I still know that that is a number they want to get to right there. They want to see 835 today. So what do they got left in their ammo packets to pull it down to that number? Well, right now, it looks like it's holding up very good at this 844 number. And it doesn't look like it has any desire to drop anymore. Just like people just don't have the desire for selling it for any less. And so when the desire drops away completely to want to sell it, what happens? Well, it goes up. That's what happens, and that's what we're seeing now. And there is no news right now out about the stock that's broken recently. I tried to look and see if Anthony Noto might have bought some more shares in it while it's been in its last few days of downwardness. Let's go over to Google and take a look here. And but man, let's see. ANTHONY, Noto discloses of SOFI buying. Boom. All right, let's see here. A Tuesday regulatory filing, SOFI CEO Anthony showed that his wife, Kristen Noto, bought 33,000 shares. Yay. And it tells the amount. And through this May on the open market for a total of 217,573. So you can see where she ended up on that by just simply dividing the number 217,573 divided by the number of shares, 33,259, 33,259 equals, she paid $6.54 a share. Cha-ching. There you go. So she's just increasing the profits, just like Anthony Sofo just disclosed. He bought $5 million worth December 13th, 2022. All right. He bought another here December 14th. The guy just comes in, man. He bought more. I wish we could see that. So on 2 days, man, back to back, bang, bang. And what does it say? He bought $5 million worth of the stock. Yes, sirree. The filing disclosed that he purchase occurred in 3 transactions from the 9th to the 12th of December. Market prices ranging from $4.29 to $4.58, people. Dang, does he see the lows? He's call him Catfish Anthony, right? Holy crap. Wow, Catfish Anthony busted the move. And how do you like that, people? Gosh, dang. That is so awesome. That is so awesome, man. 442 a share, 1,134,000 shares purchased. Does this guy step up or does this guy step up? Gosh, man, 429? Are you kidding me? Let's go over here and see what the SOFI low is for the 424. 424, folks. He's 5 cents off the 52-week low buying there. And then when they pulled it back down again to 445, he bought a bunch more. And when they bought it down again, he bought more. He's bought more every time they pulled this thing back. Oh, my gosh. You got to love working for a company with a guy that's doing that kind of thing right there. He shows he has all the confidence, 100%. He knows where this thing's going. He's not being fooled. And I'm telling you right now, folks, you watch what happens. You watch as this thing starts to make its move up to 850 here. How fast they start dumping this thing and buying their way out of these things. You'll see. Watch the volume, 16,746. And we got a move up already happening, folks. You can see the trend is definitely up here. It's not down anymore. They've made their big move that they could, their big push. 845 now is where we are. We're going to 846, and there it is. Here comes 847. And you're going to see it. Just as I predicted, this thing is going to make a move the closer we get to that 850 because of all those positions I showed you where those puts were just now. Right? Golly, man, that is so beautiful to see that. Man, oh man, let's just go up here and see if we can find anything in August. Let's go over here and change these tools and filter this out. Instead of any time, let's go put in the past week. Oh my. Ugh. Growth-minded investors might be interested in buying shares profitability by Q4. Oh, yeah. They'll be breaking into profitability fourth quarter. SoFi Technologies, 7 days ago, CEO Anthony demonstrated his confidence about the firm by purchasing 108,000 shares of SoFi stock May 15th, 467. Look at that. There you go. Just what I told you, folks. Just think about how much money he's made off of that buy right there, right? Right? Let's do it. 108,000 times 4.67 equals, that's 504,360. 504,360. That's how much it cost him, right? I think I'm right. Let's make sure that we're completely right here. It says 1,008 shares, average price 467. 108,000 times average price 4.67 equals, yep, $504,360. Boom, there's the number, 504. Now, let's see how much those shares are worth now. So we go here. I'm going to write that number down, actually. So let's do it again. Sorry about that, but I want it 108,000 times 467 equals, and that is 504,436. 504,360. There it is. Share value on 108,000 shares. 108K. Now we're going to do 108 times, where are we now? What's the price right now? Let's see. 847. Oh boy. Times 847 equals 914,076. Right? Let's make sure we're right there. 108,000 times 848. 48 equals, yeah, 915,840. 915,840. Oh, darn. 915,840. So we're going to go 915,840. 915,814 point minus 504,360 equals, and he only made $411,000 profit. That's terrible, isn't it, folks? $411,000 that he made. Oh my goodness gracious. Nice. It's almost a doubler. And I don't think he sold any shares. By the way, have you noticed the price falling here at all this afternoon since we just bought it at 840? And Gary, I'm afraid that might be it, man. That's all the fizzle they had in their pop, and that we just saw. And you should all take a picture of this chart right here and take a picture of this day and that price right there, 836. Okay? 836. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to take advantage of that price because I was on vacation, but that's okay. I got in today for 4 cents over that, and that's satisfying enough for me. That's good. And I'll say, yep, one day I'll say, Maisie, look at this. I bought this stock here that's over $800 back 20 years ago when it was $8.40. And then afterwards on that day, believe it or not, it went all the way up to $8.47, and it kept going, then $8.48. And many of the folks that were on my channel, and by then I'll probably have over 500 more subscribers, or 5,000, 50,000. I don't know what I'll have, but there'll be more people like you. And thank you for being here, everyone who's been here with me this day while I'm back to show what I think about SoFi and why I think that we've hit the bottom and why I think history is about to repeat itself once again. And we're going to see now a possible 17 of 20 days up, 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 up. And why, as I said, was because of the amount of drop that it's had from the day they came out with earnings, which is now 1% below the drop they were able to achieve last time at earnings. They got it down 29% last time. This time it took twice as long. It took 10 days to do it, but they got it down 28%. And it took more volume to do it, which I like. You know, the last time 364 million shares, and this time 420 something million, right? 439 million. So it's been taking them a lot more volume this time to get a less of a drop. Even though it's only 1%, to me, I look at the very small details, the small things, the things like the fact that this number is a number they want so bad today, 836, which is definitely not achievable for them now. It's not going to be in the cards at all. You can see what's happening. This thing is actually trending up and has been ever since the 2 o'clock takedown. Last ditch effort for them. Hey, you should have got out, folks, at 842, any of you shorters, because now you're just going to keep watching this thing dwindle away on you. So I'm sorry about that, but that's what's going to happen all afternoon. You're going to see this thing continue to dwindle away. Your shorted put positions this morning when the price was at 850 where you put your puts. Most of you did, and I'm aware of it. And many of you had puts at the price below here, 844. I've shown that too. Very heavy putting going on at the 844 price. And so you're already losing money. So welcome to the losing club of all these people over the last 6 months that shorted all down here that are still losing money and paying percentage instead of returning those shares they've shorted. Even here in July, all those people are in the water, underwater, folks. They're upside down. It's like when you go to trade in your car, it's not worth what you paid for it. These people are upside down. They've created a hole for themselves they can't get out of. They're upside down. The boat's upside down on them, sinking fast. You're going to see what happens here over these next, my opinion is 6 weeks, a similar pattern as we saw in after the last takedown of 29% on 4 days volume. So I'm just my call. I don't know. Could be wrong completely. But I'm glad you're here, everybody. Thank you for being here with me. I appreciate it. Giving you us anybody I see that comes aboard and has something of value to say, I appreciate it. NVDA. Going to NVDA. Here we go now. Oh my, look at Invos. See, I told you can see these afternoon pops sometimes on these when they really start coming in. There it is right there. And look at the volume now. Watch the size of these buys, folks. Because you're talking about a 12-cent stock here, folks. That's okay. We want to get over here. NVDA. New now. What's it doing? Still holding there. Kind of holding its water. Holding gains. Good. NVDA. NVDA. Well, they might have pulled it back this morning, but man, they're making gains now, and that's what we're going to be doing all afternoon, just like many of these stocks are starting to propel upwards here. Solo's the only one I'm seeing make a retraction off of that dollar amount, basically, but we could see that improve through the after hours. Solo continue to climb, and you're seeing here right now, Sofi is still holding up extremely, extremely well, and there's just, in my opinion, no way for them to get this thing to a lower low today, even though we're seeing this going on right now. Look at the Dow and the NASDAQ all tapering down, the Russell tapering down. Let me go ahead and refresh the screen and make sure that those are correct still. And we see the NASDAQ down only 100 now and flattening out here at the end, and these are all flattening out. Let's watch what happens through the afternoon, but I sure do like what I see going on with SoFi here, staying strong. And it's nipping at the heels of those people who have their puts at 844, that they did that this morning. There was a lot of puts there at this number. There was a lot. Right here, this number here, they put in big. Right here at 1015 and all this time, and even at the 1040, lots of them here, lots of puts at that number. So watch what happens as we get on up here and start pressing on those numbers and putting the heat under them and start seeing them lose their profits they made some. All right, we'll see. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. But I'm here, and I'm glad you're here with me. Get back over to my YouTube channel that we were on, and hopefully get a little bit of tunes going here again. We did some Grateful Dead for you, and that was fun. And now we're going to move over here and see if we can find somebody else that'll be fun to do. And I'm sure we can. Yes, indeed. Yeah. This will be some good stuff. We'll chill out with this for a little bit. Get back over here. I want to keep an eye on my SoFi daily chart because I want to see what they're using as far as volume. So let's get over here and refresh this. It's the one-day chart I'm looking at here on SoFi. You want to be able to see the bottom of it down there and see these candlesticks. And I appreciate you being here with me and your comments that you're making here over here on in the chat board. I appreciate it. It's good to know what's going on over here and to see all these folks here with me. And I wonder if there's a way. Add reaction. Let's see here. There we go. 130,000 shares. Okay. Heck of a lot of green here. Look at these people coming in since 2:30. Nice. Look at all those green candlesticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 green candlesticks to 2 reds. Whoa. And look at that blue. I told you would happen. The blue crossing the 45 called that too. Called that. I said, folks, look at them starting to smooch together here. I think we're going to cross over. And look at that bouncing upwards. Watch it, folks. Watch this close. Look at that green candlestick right there. What the heck? It went off the screen almost. Nice. Very cool green candlestick there. Look at that. Nice. Stick with me, folks. We're looking at this close. We are in depth, right? We're at the depths of the bottom. And now we're looking at this thing start to pop. Look at that chart on the 1 day right there. What happened? We had some volume come in there, didn't we? Sneaking in on it, aren't they? Sneaking in on SoFi. Oh, well, I called this. Every penny we get closer to it, every penny we draw closer to 850. And remember, the most was done at 853 puts, 853. So if we push on that number, then we're really going to see those people dropping out, and then we push it to 855 and on up. So let's just see what happens here. We're looking good here. This looks super nice. Look how it bounced right off of that 45-day. My God, is that strength, folks. Man, oh man, that looks good. Dang. I love it. You can kiss this dream goodbye. We're going to have a 12-cent gain off the low. Right on. I love it. A close, 12 cents off the low of today. How does that correlate with the past? Well, let's go back and look. After the May 4th rundown, and even after the 15th, let's see what happens after that. Right? 461, and it went up 8 cents, and then closed up the next day 30 cents higher than the gain that day. 30 cents higher on 42 million shares. There's not that many shares today, are there? Wow, look at this thing. Beautiful. Looks good. Cha-ching. Everybody that just bought with me. And I think we're going to, that number will be 836, will be the lowest possibly this stock will have ever been again. And that was yesterday's low, unfortunately, for the shorts. And today, 838 was the lowest. And I didn't get in there at that number because it was more important for me to pop on the screen when we hit the low. I wanted to be on when the low was hit so you all could buy it. And so I came on when it was at the very lowest right here. Bam, I came on this morning. And you can see what time that was. You can go back and look at my live stream and how long I've been up here now. And you can tell how long I've been up here. It's been since when? What time was that? Right there. I don't know what time it was. Why doesn't it show me what time that was? Maybe I got to move this down. Maybe I move this down. There it is. Look at that. Look what time it was, folks. 10:30 is right. It's, I guess, right there, or maybe right there even. But boy, that's when I came in, folks. And I told you we were there. And that's what Catfish does. That's what I'm here to do, is mark the bottom every day. I'm down there sucking up those cheapest shares you can get your hands on. And that's why I logged in right here. And although you cannot see that time for whatever reason, you can see close enough to what it was. And I'm not sure what the timeline is. But man, what a great one, man. Called that one. Called that one today, and we got in, right? We got in on the low. Congratulations. All of you folks. Congratulations for coming in with me on the low today. And now we're going to watch this thing just keep climbing this afternoon. That's my feeling. Just keep going up. Be a real shocker to me if the opposite of that happened. I can tell you that much. Look at that thing go. 847. Here we go, folks. This train is getting ready to leave the station on them. Every penny closer to that 850 and more will buy. Watch the size of these buys. 17,555. 17,555. There's 2 shares right there. Look at that. Look at these small guys. 6 shares right there. 17,556. There's 5,000 shares at 847. 561,703. 17,561. 808. Look at that. 815. There's freaking 5 shares, folks. 847 they're paying for them. Watch this. 17,562. 106. There's 500 shares at 847. 17,562, 360, 630, 950, so 300 there, 320, 17,563. We're seeing a lot of Robinhooders here, a lot of small retailers, buyers here, and we're loving this, seeing this too. Look at this, 17,568, 299. A lot of small buys here, 100 shares there, 52 shares there. There's a couple hundred, another small buy. And we're staying here and hanging nicely at 847, 3 cents higher than we were just filling for 5 minutes ago. So this looks very, very good, very strong. 17,609, 17,609. And folks, we're approaching 10 minutes before the final hour. And I think it's going to be a real power hour. That's what I see, because I see this encroaching on their numbers, where I already know from my market chameleon they came in pretty heavy, started shorting at 850. Most of them today were between 850 and 853 price. And when they get close to that number, it's going to start stomping on some toes and taking some bloody noses. There's NVIDIA making a move, going back over here. Want to look at this one. I'm going to look at Solo. Wow, pulling back quite a bit off of that high that it had hit. But a good chance maybe here. Look at these other ones. RBT, as I told you, was a good buy there before. Might be a good buy there. That is just flatlined. Penn holding out. Not making the move. TLSA starting to look good here. But the volume is falling away. There's not a lot coming into it yet. We'll watch it during the last hour, but 7910 looks good entry. This looks like a good entry right here, too. Very good entry point. 609, I like that. And it's broken back. It's broken over 6 right here and making a nice move. So, hey, DCTH. Folks, I like that one. And TTOO. I'm waiting to be coming on this one in the morning. 10:30, I'll be buying some of that probably. GMVD. Flatlined. Done for the day. Come over here. New. Still holding up nicely there. It's going to break 8. Looks like. Golly, NVOS. It has made a double cup now and going right on up. Watch this from 200 million shares. NVOS. Farm 7 Groups announced a joint ventures with Kenya Cooperative. I don't know. I'm just showing it to you. Don't have to do anything with it at all. Now we're up over 2% on NVIDIA. All right. Okay. I see where we are. I see where this is. Look at it now, 847. Right on up. The trend is definitely up. It's going to put pressure on them here as we come to 252 in the afternoon. Trend is definitely up. You can see it. There's no question about it. No question about it whatsoever. Looking at this chart right here. Oh, my goodness. Let's get on over on this one day and look at what's happening with the candlesticks. We got to watch this close. The RSI is at 55. Very good. Very promising looking. Going to get over here and watch it close here. That looks very promising for a definite and continued move up this afternoon. Look at the 45 gapping away from the 50. And we now have a crossover move forming. We see a crossover move forming right here. This will be a little last gasp here. Let's see what they do. What are they throwing at it here? Nothing on that last drop. Look, you can't even see the candlestick. Where'd that come from? 10 shares? They made it drop to that. I like these other big candlesticks making it go up. There's $1 million worth bought. Look at here, all these candlesticks in a row. Boom, 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 boom. Right, approaching 230 to 240. All those people are ready for the pop. They're accumulating there, just like people are right here and now. Even though on these attempts to drop it, this is very slow and low compared to those big green ones I'm seeing. So I'm going to keep refreshing this page because I want to see what they're using in the way of volume to try to make this thing stay below their 844 entry today, where a lot of them shorted it. I already know this. I looked at the market chameleon. It told me so. And so I know that's a big number for them. But and a number they want to try to attain and hold, right? For whatever reason. But look at there. How much there? $1.25 million sold at 254 to try to drop it back. $1.25 million. But man, it's just not effective for them, man. They're not going to see that. They got to get 10 cents lower over the next hour. And this thing has the upward momentum you see with these big green candlesticks all in a row from 2:30 on. I mean, look at how many green candlesticks there were, for God's sake, since this time. What time was that? Right here. Let's look. Yeah, oh my God, from 2 o'clock on, man, this is solid green across here. Just these big red spikes to try to pull it down each time every once in a while. That's all it is, just almost all green. And these repeated attempts, $1 million dollars worth there, another million there. Here's another one right there, $1.25 million that they're trying to fight this up move And then look at that boom green spike right there. Push it right back up over this 50-day moving, the 200-day moving average. Oh my gosh. This just doesn't look good for them. This doesn't look very promising, but it looks very good for us now. 847, watch 848, push a few more out. 848 will push more out. I promise you, and we're getting closer and closer to 3. They're not going to just sit around here and watch their profits all go completely gone. Bye-bye. They're going to start cashing out. Greed will take over. You'll see. They can already tell, man. Look where we just were, folks, just moments ago at 842, just at 202 in less than an hour. Yikes. Ouch. That's horrible for them. 841 it was at. Oh my gosh, how are they going to stop the bleeding? They keep wondering, how are they going to make this thing drop? But folks, I want you to know, I'm just grateful that you're here, and I'm glad for your comments and your chat over here very much. Appreciate it very much. I appreciate you telling all your friends about me and about subscribing and hitting the notification bell. As we watch this thing get ready to unwind here, it's going to be like a cork, I think, champagne flowing. We're going to see this thing pop. And we're going to see it continue to see a higher low. And it'll be very under the radar, is my opinion, unless we do see a big catalyst announcement come out. So it'll be a slow and go, just like we saw over the last month and 10 days, that it went from 859 all the way up to 1170. That didn't happen overnight, and this run here isn't going to happen overnight. It's going to be very repetitive of what we saw, perhaps. And that was, like I said, just from that, after they got that thing down there on May the 4th, after 4 days of working it down, they couldn't push it any further, and they couldn't make it drop anymore, and then they decided to ride it on up from there to 1023, where they once again tried to pull it back, made it get to the low on the Morgan Stanley downgrade of 877, and then it was back up to the 1170 on earnings day, right? So here we see them making another effort at this 844 number that means so much to them, but to their chagrin and much of their discontent, unfortunately, this thing just has the resolve to stick it out and just stay right here, 6 cents higher than where the low of was the day, or 8 cents higher than where it was 2 days ago. So it is what it is, folks. It is the bottom for the shorts that they can't seem to snap through or break below. And this is where the longs say, nope, this is where we draw our line. Our toe is drawing a line in the sand, and we're going to make a stand. And it has been all day today at this number. You can see this number right here. Look at how long now it's been in their sights and kept it there. They even dropped it lower right there at the lunchtime and just after lunch, but then right back up, much to their hatred and disgust. And now it's at 846. Here we haven't even got to 3 yet. And so long 844. Now so long 845. Pretty soon, so long 846. Watch how fast these get snapped up and gone. You'll see. 18,015,315. 18,015,916. So you just saw that 101 shares bought. 916, 217, 100 shares bought, 845. Watch the volume being worked with here. 18,016,000. There's 7,000 shares, or 8,000. 18,022,490. 18,022,490. I'm calling these out because I'm looking for some snap prices. I mean big buys, blocks. 18,022,520. 846 is the price. There's 2,000 shares purchased. Still 846. 1842, 44, 2,000 at a time. 847, folks. Watch these smaller amounts make it move. 18,046. Watch the 9. There's 3,000 shares. That's a dump. That's shorts. 3,000 generally are shorts. There's another 3,000. Oh my gosh, look at this thing. 848, folks. I told you. 18,080,000. 848. Watch the size of the buys and the prices and increases. 18,095. 7,000 shares at 848. We're going to hit that 849 and watch this thing start to come unloaded on them, man. It's going to uncoil on them. 18,096, 250. 18,096, 250. 848. 101. There was 5,000 shares bought at 848. Ready? Watch. Keep count. Watch it going. 848. Here we go. Come on in. The water's fine. 18,105, 108. That's 3,000 shares. We know that's a short, most likely. 18,109. Buying at 848. Look at that thing springing off over there on the right. The chart looks gorgeous. 18,111, 112, 115. That's 3,000. 18,115. Small Robin Hooders piling in here at 848. And happy to buy at that number. I like that number. I bought a lot there. You know it already. Man, oh man. 18,116, 367. There's 5,000 shares bought at 848. 18,121, 967. 18,122, 1,000 shares to drop it, and then right back up. Pops right back up. 18,122, 447. This is going up, folks. You can definitely tell the trend here, and they're looking at it. All of them going, watching we shorted at 850, folks. We got to get out now. And this is not working well for them today, and this looks super just after 3. I'm very impressed seeing a 4% jump in just 5 minutes, folks. You should be happy too. All right. Yes, indeed. 847 and holding strong. 18,144,943. There's 3,000 shares. Know what that's all about. 18,147, 252. Look for an 18,150. There's beautiful 174. Wow, that was 35,000 shares, folks. Watch. 18,183. Size of the buys. There's 7,000 shares at 848. It's going on up, folks. That's a small bite. Oh, yeah, 847, 848, 18,193, 606, 18,194, 1,000 snapped up at 848, 18,1, and these are shorts leaving. These are shorts leaving. They're headed to the exits, folks. 848, now we're going to 849 in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 18, 201, 201, 079. We're going to an 849. Next number we're going to hit. 18, 220, 221, 846. They're trying 847, 18, 224. People just come right in anytime they try to dump this below. They come right in and snap it up. Let's get over here and see what they're using here. Let's look at the size of these buys. Oh, yes, as it continues to look very nice, scaling up. You'll try and get in on the 1 day. Please show it to me. 847, I love it. Absolutely love that I bought in today at the low almost. Missed it by 2 pennies today. 846, and let's see how it's doing and what's doing. Get over here. Zoom in. You can see this, folks. This is a triple upside crossover forming in the last hour. All right, we got it. Look at the 10-day moving average scaling and leaping off of this number here. Look at the blue kissing the gold, and off it's going to go from there. Watch this happen, folks, right in front of your eyes. Watch the size of the buys and the volume that they're going to use here to make the continue to see this go up or slightly down. But I don't see any downward movement. It just looks too strong here. Too many people coming in. Too many greenies down here. Too many green bars. Look at them dump here right there. See, these are dumps. $1 million right there. $1 million right there. That's desperation, folks. $1 million at a time throwing away. Desperation to try to keep it down, and all it did was keep going up like it's doing right now. They'll bring it again. They'll bring another $1 million or two trying. And you can see the timing of it. What time was this here? Let's see what time they're breaking these spans out over. So the first one here was this. Oh, sorry. We'll get to it. There we go. So what are the times between this? Right here, 143, and then when they come at it. The next time, 149, 6 minutes apart. Right here, came at it with 219, 224. Look at that, 5 minutes apart. Then this next one, what did they do with it? Here comes the first one right here, a big one, 1 million shares. That was at what time? 242. Yep, 242. And then how far apart? 248. 6 minutes. Are you with me? Watch this. 248. 254. What's your guess? 253. See that? Every 5 minutes. Bring it, baby. Bring 5 or 6 minutes at a time. 5 or 6 minutes. That's the way they're working it right now. Just so you can be aware of it, That's how it's done. 8:45 must have seen another, because here, from this one, how far were we? Interesting to track these things, huh? See how they work their action and the way they do it? So there we are, 253. So we presume at 258 would have seen another, but no, there was too many buyers then. And then look how weak they are here at 301. Just 31,000. Someone come in on the green to 57, and then the weakness again, 32,000 at 303. There's nothing there, folks. The pop is gone. The fizz is out. They don't have anything to work with. Low volume, and this becomes to their detriment, believe me. There's no way they're going to achieve what they want today, and that's another low, and that isn't going to happen. It's just not in their cards. I'm sorry. Congrats to them for getting it down again today on a market day when everything is tanking. Congratulations. Yeah, that's very, very strong. But look how many of these down. Affirm down almost 4%. Lucid down almost over 5%. So everything is down. There should be no expectations of us to be green on a day when everything else is down. It's just to see how nicely we're recovering here at the end of in the last hour already from where we just were earlier. And nice to see this double bottom, where the first bottom was this price we'll never see again, 838, and then we saw the second bottom in 841. So congratulations everybody who was buying with me there, because we're not going to see that number. You're all going to profit today off of those two purchase points, and that's my feeling. I could be wrong, but I think everybody that bought with me is going to be profiting from those two purchase points, and that's all I can say. Only makes sense. Sean Shaw just added 2,000 more SOFI. All right, Sean's jumping in, and man, oh my God, does that guy own some shares? So we're going to give that one right there. Boom. We're going to pin that message to boom. King Cat. All right, yes. Sean Shaw. King Cat today. Yes, sir. Very strong move there, and a good time to do it, I think. Now, I never suggest people dive in on numbers when the water is shallow, but he is unfazed by any of this little work down today and decided to come on in again. And I was already coming in. I did that with you, Sean, today. I bought some more. Obviously, I was buying when I came up this morning. If you look at my live feed, here's when I started. It was right here before the 10:30, like 10:25. I came on and said, folks, we're here. Look where we are. And you can see where the price was right there at 10:30. Bam, the bottom, 839. And I was just before that occurred, so I was buying, and others were buying. I encouraged them to come on in, because I see this as just simply a good buying opportunity based on the historical charts I showed everyone of how they worked this down the last time and what they were able to achieve and what manner they went about doing it. And so I showed everybody again, going back here briefly, Sean, I went back to this date here in May, that after May the 1st and the earnings came out, they used over here a total of 364 million were traded over the next 4 days to get to this low of 459. And that was, by the way, from this price, 654 to 459 is a 29% drop over the 4-day period, 29%, right? Well, this time they used a different tactic. This time they came at it very slow. On the day of the earnings, they went behind it, and they came in with volume, not to run it down, but to run it up. And they ran it up, and the volume was way higher, not 125 million, 210 million. And then they shorted the heck out of it, appears, in my opinion. But here's the thing. Now, this time, from that 1170 to this drop number that they got it to, 836, 28%. And they've done it over not 4 days, but over 10 days. 10 days, folks. To achieve a lesser drop than they did in the 4 days with 360 million And now the volume total has gone to 439 million since this date. All that adds up to 439, not 360. So taking even more volume to get it down to a less of a drop percentage-wise than the last time. And what I find interesting about that is that the previous time we beat the street down here. You can look at how we beat the street. Just like we had done the 4 before, we beat again, and then this time we only met. So we should have been able to be taken down even further than 28%, having only met instead of beating, but we weren't. So another sign of strength there, just to keep an eye on. That's the way I see it. Sean Shaw, King Cat today. Yes, sir. That's right. That's right. And folks, I thank you for being here with me to observe these numbers and everything I'm showing you. And the reasons that I feel that they're running out of steam is because this is a lot of volume eked out over these days. And the people that are buying it are people that want it. The people that are selling it are people trying to force it down. They don't want the stock. They're trying to drive the price down, but that's not working for them. It hasn't been working for them for the last 6 months. It's backfired on all of those shorted positions from 6 months back. And that's right here to be proven by clicking on the 6-month chart and showing how much gains we've made. All right. Some people say, oh, well, we haven't really made that much in gains over the last 6 months. Well, guess what? Here's where the price was right here when it started out over the last 6 months. And that was roughly $6.98, right? And now, where are we? $8.44, right? So don't say we haven't made a lot of gains, and we are making money while they are paying interest on top of their losses, right? So we're $1 above where we were a month ago, and that's a good improvement. Very nice. And let's just do the math. 8.44 minus 6.98, 6.98 equals, all right, and then we divide that by 8.44 equals times 100 equals, and that is a 17% gain over the last month, and they have a 17% loss and are paying 16% interest. Okay, just so you're aware of this. So their losses are immense compared to our gains, right? And I want to point that out because I, again, feel like this is the reason we're going to see this just continue to go right on up, is because more and more people hopefully will catch on to that fact that they're caught in a major bear trap here that they can't get out of and can't escape. And this puts in for a short squeeze to take effect. So let's see here. We're watching the summary page here because God bless them if they can do it. But I don't think we're going to see another 6 cent drop from here or 5 cent drop. Just don't see it. Don't see it in the cards no matter what. But we'll see what they try. We'll try the game. We'll see what they do. We've already seen this 841 just a little bit ago right here. We saw even lower 805. So this is nothing for us to fear. We're 35 cents higher than we were just even this far back on July the 7th. So we're much better than there even, folks. So there we go. It becomes obvious when you're able to see these longer term charts how bad the shorts have it here. And there were a lot of them short in here when Chivrini came out, I can assure you. And I hear a little mouse. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Oh my gosh. It's lunchtime and I'm going to be having delicious. I mean, my wife makes beyond the shadow of a doubt, and I've heard many people say it, the best spinach dip you can get your tongue around. Okay? And so anyway, thank you for everybody. Look at this thing, how quickly it bounced off the 841, now at 844. That sure didn't last long, did it? Man, that buffet deal was just like this spinach dip. It isn't going to be there long to be consumed. The buyers just come in and snap this thing up. So big time. We're going to watch this. We're going to keep refreshing this page here because we want to see this volume that they're using to try to stifle this afternoon. We're going to watch this right out to the close. Right on out to the close. We want to watch these candlesticks. There we go. Oh, there's a change of tune. What just happened there? Someone stepped in and bought $1.5 million worth. And then right on the heels of that, $75,000 worth. And folks, I'm showing you this because what we seem to be seeing here is a little bit disillusioning. There's some big buys going on here right now. And they're showing the time at 3:15. It's 3:16, folks. Look over here, 3:16. They're showing 3:15. They go into delays, and I've already told you about the delays. You're on your way? And you'll be back? Oh, boy. She's not sure she's coming back, folks. I better go get a kiss. Hold on. I just got to get a kiss. watching them hold up SOFI very nicely over 840. I'm loving seeing that. Yep. All right, Gary, I see what you're saying, man. And Gary says that he doesn't like the way the price is behaving at the current level in the short term, still thinking that it will go a bit lower. Yeah, I think it could. I've even said to people what I expect maybe could be in our future is that when they finally make a decision to finally just say, man, this is just too much. We've got to find an easier target. And they decide to get out. They'll all do it together. And they'll run this thing down 15, 20, 25%, maybe as much as 30, as far as they can drive it down with what they've got to work with, because they hold a lot of shares, a lot of these hedge funds. They're holding a lot. And, so I'm thinking that even Morgan Stanley may have had some very shorted positions on this. Even though they're holding a lot of shares, they might have had a lot of shorter positions on it because of the fact that they were downgrading this thing when they had 58 million. I might be wrong, but institutions do take short positions. No doubt. Well, I sure am enjoying this little afternoon brunch meal of spinach dip and those little chicken crackers. I don't remember what they're called. Who makes them? Well, here we go, folks. This will be everything they can bring at it here right before 3:30. And they're going to try with all their might and huff and puff and blow your door down to try to run this thing out and scare the last few shares away into their hands that they've already gone long on, by the way. Many of these hedge funds have already taken up positions at 838 today because that was a predetermined, let's just take it as low as we can today. We've now stretched it out for 10 days in a row of lower lows, and we couldn't do that today. So let's just throw the Hail Mary at it here from 325 until 4. If we can't get to a lower low, then we're going to expect to see what we did for the last time that we took it down on May the 4th. Just continually low, higher lows, higher low, higher low, a penny pullback, higher low, penny or two pullback, higher lows, all the way right on up, 55% off this number we saw yesterday, 838. That's my call. Puts us around $13 to $13.50, and that's what I expect to see happen, just as we did the last time. All slowly and mysteriously, or all at once on an announcement. Just one announcement. One announcement could be SoFi CEO Anthony Noto doubles down and makes 400,000, $504,360 on a purchase 6 weeks ago. Makes a $500,000 on buying this stock. I thought I did good, 25 or 30,000. He's making a $500,000. That could be a nice announcement. Look at him here, 839, folks. Watch them bring it with all they got, huffing and puffing and blowing and sniffing and snuffing and trying, and here they go, folks. Let's see how they're doing it and with what volume. They're going to try to show a lower low than they already got to 2 days ago. And this is a must for them. This is a must-have. They got to get this, man. They got to get this. They got to do something to salvage all the losses of the last 6 months. They have to have daily celebrations about something, for God's sake. Look at that big dump right there. 190,000 shares. Someone just bought $1.5 million worth a minute before. And look at that afterwards. Oh, yeah. Look at them trying here, folks. And that's not going to be good enough for them, folks. You can see the 838 number. Let's watch and see how they try to get this number down. There's another freaking, how many shares there? That's nothing compared to that massive drop, $101.7 million worth that they just tossed out there into the arena. And people just buying this up so fast. 19,647,772. You can see the price. You can see it now going back up. Watch it run. Hopefully we see this thing bust. Look, JP Morgan and MS say the opposite. What they're doing. Yeah, they're buying. Oh, yeah. Yep. JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, they're buying here. They're buying. They're doing the opposite of what they're telling everyone to do and downgrading and so forth. They're buying more and more shares. And so just be aware. That's very, very important to be aware of. They are buying here. They're buying up shares, and they want to keep buying. They're 837, folks. Look at them trying here right before 330. Oh, my God. They gave it all they had there. Come on. They need that 836. 836. 836. Come on, you weak-ass sons of bitches. You got to get 835 to beat the low from the day before. Hate to tell you that. I hate to tell you so. You got to get 835. This isn't going to cut the mustard, what you're doing here. It's not going to cut the mustard for your constituents. They want lower, lower, lower. They've got to have lower than 2 days ago. That 837 you're at now doesn't work for them. You got to understand this. Even at 329, and we see them dumping. Look, there's another dump. Look at all these size of these dumps, people. They're trying to shit on this stock. And all they're doing is defeating their own purpose here, folks, because they're raising the volume, and they're going to see this thing, unfortunately for them, not achieve that new lower low. There's 836. They just equaled it. God bless them. God bless them all. Everybody celebrate with them as they reach the low they had 2 days ago. Yay, they're celebrating in the streets, and look how many millions it's cost them to get it there, folks. But they can't achieve a lower low if they don't go to 835. They got to have it, and they're throwing it all in right now. Look at them trying so effing hard. And isn't it cool when you understand why and what they're doing and why it is? It's cool to know these things. There's nothing to be fearful of here. It's kind of fun to watch them try so desperately with how they're doing this. And you can see what they're trying. And folks, I don't know whether you figured this out yet or not, but I got these people figured out, man. I got these people figured out what they're trying every time. I can show you why they're trying it, why they're so desperate, why they're losing and continue to lose money on this stock, and why this means so much to them right now to try to get a lower low than 2 days ago. Oh my God, are they trying everything? Look at them. Look at it. Unfortunately, though, for them, I hate to tell you, it isn't working. People are not falling for it again. You had your chance there right before 3:30. It's over, folks. 8:36. I'm sorry. That's the same as yesterday, folks. You didn't take it lower. I hate to tell you that. It's a pity that you couldn't do it. But God bless you for trying all that money and throwing it all away to try to get to the same number. Dadgummit. Oh, man, I'm so sorry for you that didn't happen. Dang it, couldn't take it lower. And look at all the people now that are saying, all right, yeah, I'll come in with Tyler here and buy at this price because that's just higher low. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for them. I feel so, my heart bleeds for them. Watch, I'm going to play them the world's smallest violin, playing My Heart Bleeds for You, all you shorters who just tried so hard to get that down below yesterday's low, but you just couldn't do it. Dang. And you came so close and you spent so much, but it didn't happen. All right. Yep, I know. I know what JP Morgan is doing. I know what Morgan Stanley's doing. I know what they're all doing. I know what they're all trying, and I know what they're all failing at. The only thing they're doing is today they've failed at getting this thing lower than they could yesterday, and that's not good for them because I've already pointed out the turnaround that's coming off of this low that they've achieved, which was now only 28% compared to 29%. They got it down back on May the 1st to May the 4th. So I point this out because I like you to see what they're trying to do, how they're trying to do it, why it means so much to them, and why they try so hard in desperation here, and why they're throwing good money after bad. Again today, they're just throwing good money after bad. It is a futile effort on their part, in my opinion, what they're attempting. And, God bless them for trying it, because all it does is give us great buying opportunities, but to much to their dismay and sadly to their detriment, they're just going to continue to lose money on this stock. Over time, it will just continue to peck away at them, losing like they have the last 6 months and the last year. Look where we were, folks. 463 a year ago. All right? All of these shorted positions just disastrously losing money. And look at these lows before. 805 back on July 7th. They were shorting it there. There were people shorting it at 799 and 8 and 801 and 802. They shorted it big time. I guarantee you they did. Especially because they were expecting Chevrini's number to come up. $2.50 a share he calls for. Yep. You can see how far away we are from that right now, right? And what's happening to the price. In spite of all their efforts, support there, just like there was yesterday at that same number. Sickening for them, I'm sure. Sickening that they couldn't do it, even though they just dumped that much. Those many shares got dumped. Folks, look at what happened here, though, on the heels of the dumping. A massive green spike right there. Wonder how many millions of shares were just bought there. And is that Anthony Noto? Right? Is that Anthony Noto coming in right there at 331? Let's see. Let's look at it. Let's get close. Come on with me, folks. Let's examine. Let's dig deeper. Let's look at the bottom here. Let's look at this chart. What's happening here? What's happening with it? Uh-oh. That's not encouraging for them, I'm sure. Look at that. They got the RSI all the way down to 22. And then off it went right on back up at 22. That was the turnaround. Everybody said, that's it. RSI's way oversold here condition. And now here they come into it. Bought, doggone it, almost $800,000 worth. And then another 45,000 worth. More here. More. They want it more. Each time they try to drop it, more people come in. Coming in to buy it. That's right. That's what we're watching. Watching in live time here, folks, as they try so hard and so desperately. 837. Will they get it? Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Uh-oh. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. Come on, you miserable shorts. Can't you pull off another lower low than yesterday? Can't you do it? Isn't it somehow possible? Why can't you do it? Why? I mean, with all that money that you just threw away, why didn't it go lower than 836, what we saw yesterday? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, well. God bless them for trying here again. Here they go, 837, 836. But what's happening with the buyers? Are they coming in on it? Yeah, they are. They're coming in on it. They're coming in on it because they know it too. They know what the low was yesterday, and there's obviously not going to be any smashing drop from there. They're fighting with all they can, scratching and clawing to get this thing to drop. And we're still up over the month. What did I show? 17% gain over this past month from last month, and they're paying interest too. Oh my God, their losses are so heavy. And this is all desperation move for them here. Look at them trying here. Coming in with even more. How much are they throwing now? 1 million more they threw away right there. 1 million more, people. 1 million. Oh, don't worry. There are plenty of other opportunists out there that are buying here at this number, believe me. They've seen this low number before. And they bought here and they made money on it, just like I have. Well, it's pretty much breaking point for them here. They don't have much left to do here. Looks like they've kind of shot their wad to try this, get this thing on down here to a lower low. And God bless them if they do anyway. God, they need a break. They've been losing so much money over the last month, and let them have at least one little teeny tiny thing to celebrate. Maybe even if it's just 1 penny lower. Can't we let them get that? Let them have that, just 1 penny. Oh, please. Have mercy on the shorts. I'm sorry, folks. I'm having fun watching this because I see and know, oh, look at them. They got it. 1 penny less. Yay! Now they can call with big celebrations and tell everybody that they got a penny lower today than yesterday. Whoopee! Oh my gosh. And it only cost them like 4 or 5 million to do it. Yay! Look at them keep it up. Keep the pressure going, guys. Come on. Let's see you get to that 831 so you can hold up a mirror and show everybody 813 today. Come on. We've seen that before. I'm ringing the bell because it's time to be buying, folks, right here, right now. This is no other place I'd rather be. Coming in, baby. Because this won't last long. This buffet table won't be open long, folks. You might as well come in with me here. Buy at the low of the day today. And place it. Come on, baby. Filled at 834. All right. Yes, yes, yes. All right. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Reuse. Come on, man. Let me get 834 again. I like that number. I'm an 8 guy. I like derivatives. Filled at 835 that time. All right. That's okay. I'm all right with that number. I like 835 too. I like 834, 835, either one. Anything below yesterday's number is a great number for yesterday's low, and so I'll take it here too. And I feel good because I haven't missed the low for the month now. I just picked it up, right? Yes. I was feeling kind of bad that I was out and couldn't get it on Monday, but now I just picked up the low of the month. Let's buy it again. Let's buy it again. Review order. And we're going to try and mark it this time. 10 shares. Place it. filled at 834 once again. All right, that's cool because I think that's the low of the day, isn't it? Let's go and see. Did I catch it? I think I did. I definitely think I did. Let's see. 834. All right, I've caught it twice. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm going to go again. Reuse, review order. Sure, right here. We're going to go for, this time, a limit order, 834, 833. I want to make sure I get 833 if they pull it off. And place it. I know they're not going to. I know that this isn't going to be around long. I know people will be snagging this up. And this is just a statement for them. Filled at 834 again, folks. 834. How did I do that? I thought I had a limit. I must have made a mistake and didn't. Let's do it again. I want 833 if they get there. Come on now. Limit. This is the limit for sure. 8.3. 10. Review order. Place. Okay, we got one in there now at 833 just in case they miraculously can get that number, which I don't see happening. But if they do, I'll get that. And I want to make sure even, I'll try for 832. Let's try a limit. Because I don't want to miss it. No matter what it is, I want the low of this day to be able to show. Place order. 832 we're trying for now. 833 we've got. There's 834. Let's see what we can get. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to get 832 or 833. But we got them there in case they have it and to pull this off in the last few minutes. And there sure is no fear here. Look at the NASDAQ dropping off like crazy. The Russell down. And folks, this is just the whole market doing this. There's no surprise. They're taking advantage of the whole market being down. So they're trying to achieve another low on a day when the whole market's crashing. Good for them. Yay. All right. Let's see what we got over here. Gary, my take is, okay, we're, All right, Gary, the shakeout operation is still in play. Their objective is to make retail investors sell their shares. After they're done with the shakeout, they will send the price higher with their own buying. Yes, they will. Stay strong, folks. Gary says, we're in no danger at all. Yep, the big players are actively trying to get us sell our positions in order for them to sell us those same shares much higher. True. My take is that the big players that are conducting this shakeout operation would have to take down the price to 685 and close there for the day in order for me to worry a bit. I hear what you're saying. Yep, absolutely. And that's not going to happen. I say, not likely. He says, not going to. I say, not going to happen. Just like they're not going to get this price to fall down to my orders of 832 and 833 right now, unfortunately for them. And God bless them for trying, though, this afternoon and throwing away so many millions more today. I'm glad to see that they're so committed to throwing good money after bad. And look at this price at 836 now. I'm sorry for them that we're going back right on up, and we're going to close at a higher low than we did perhaps. So let's just see, because we're going to go over here and look at this low. And that was yesterday's close. All right, we see there they were down to take it down to 836, and they closed at 868, right? So I look for an 868 open tomorrow morning. Okay, that's just what I'm going to say. 868 open tomorrow morning after this last gasp effort to run it down. And look at it coming right on back up now. And forget about those other orders. I'm going to change them now. I'm going to change this one limit to 834. Place it. See if we can at least get that, 834, and then we'll put the other one in at 835. Hit it. Minute 8.35. Place it. Let's see if we can get that one at least, 835. Come on, baby, let me have it. Let me have 835. Let me have 830. There we go. There we get that? No. Still hasn't filled at 835. Oh, man, it's bumping off of it. Been bumping off of it, bumping it. Come on. See, sometimes they use the little mouse. Why isn't mine doing now? 837? Jeez. It's getting away from me, folks. And by the way, the shorts don't want to see that at all. They wanted to see that thing stay down there, and they wanted to see depressed people keep selling off instead of others coming in and buying here and running it up now. They didn't want to see this the last freaking 17 minutes of the day. 837, shit. I'm going to put in 10 here at market. Review, order, and place it. Filled at 836, folks. 836. Well, that's good. That was yesterday's low. I like that. And now it's going up past yesterday's low to 837. So what do you know? What do you know? That might be my order right there that just filled at 836. And now it's at 837. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. So absolutely no fears here. No fears or trepidation whatsoever. And not by anyone else apparently either. And congratulations to everybody who's been with me buying today's low this afternoon. We got in earlier today. Some of it's right here at this price at 839. Congratulations, 840 range. And then now here we are snapping up the afternoon desperation throwout gift cards, throwing out gift cards to Sofi. At a killer price that we just snapped up. Congratulations on buying with me there, folks. And I want you to say and see that, it seems as though Gary was exactly right. Yep, thanks for more shares, Sean Shaw says at 836. And yes, I agree 100%. I'm here buying with you for no doubt. There's no doubt about it that I'm definitely buying here with you. And I appreciate the folks that are here with me. Let's go back real quick and let's go look at some other music we want to do. Let's do some other stuff. Let's do, all right, here's what we're going to do. This is going to be, yeah, there we go. Boop, 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 doop. There you go. Enjoy, everybody. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. There we go. Hopefully you're able to hear that. Looking here now at the other ones of my picks of the day. Solo, RBT, flat as can be, RBLX. That's Mrs. Cookie 52, sorry. Or 51, 52, I can't remember. Pin, not doing well this afternoon either. But this one has done good moving into the afternoon. TLSA continuing to climb. This one has started to lose some of its pizzazz. So has TTOO. Looking at these runners at the end. GMVD, though, very nice plateau right there for a move up off of. Here we go. Looking at these. And that's only looking at the 1 day. They've taken it red a little bit. And that is new, by the way, NU. They took it a little bit in the red. But now we're looking at Novos, and they've taken that back down a little bit. And this one has pulled on way down, NVIDIA. All right, so there you go. Going back over to ours, though, let's go see where we're going to end up here. We're at 835 right now, 836. And now we're going to see it continue to climb up all the way in from now until the end of the close. There's 837. Watch it keep going as I feel that it will. I think we're going to see a lot of volume coming in here on it. We're going to get over here where we can see this daily, and we're going to click on this and get in here. Take a nice close look at this. And man, can you believe this? We're just freaking now 2 quarters away from profitability with this company. Oh my God, it's just going to be cool. It's going to be cool. Look at that price, 838. Everybody came in. Congratulations. And I told you this was going to happen in the last 10 minutes. This isn't going to stay down below where the yesterday's low was. And it's not. There's no question about it. You can definitely see the trend and the belief and the numbers here. Look at them. Look at here. 21,265,080. 21,266. 10,000 shares. And this might just be updating right now, but we're watching 21,277, 355. And watch this thing climbing right now. Looks good, folks. A good, strong close. A good, strong close is going to be nice for this thing to keep escalating up past their low of 2 days ago. Congratulations to them today to making it look on paper at least like they achieved something. But all they're doing is still losing, folks, after this long. They're just losing, losing, losing. And they couldn't even get back down to this number. Look at that, 805. And what was this number before? 828. Dream on. Dream on, folks. Today, 834, 6 cents higher than this number, and we're going to be higher for the next freaking 21 days. I expect to see about 15 of those 21 next days higher lows. Yep. And they saw what I was calling out for them, what I've been telling people was going to happen. They couldn't let that materialize, so they had today to make that move down to 834, no matter what it cost them, because they know what I'm telling everybody. And not that I have that big of an effect on this, but my thoughts are that, there might be someone listening in and watching to what Tyler's saying, because I sure did call what they were going to do this time on the earnings, and that they would come in on it and run it up. And I'm glad I held like you did for that run up, because that's exactly what they did. And now I'm calling this exact rundown over the last 10 days to this lowest low today, because this is where it turns, and they've gotten it down almost now at that number to the same amount they dropped it, exactly 19% the last time. All right, and I showed you that. They still haven't done it. They still haven't, 29%. They're still only 28% down here at this number right here. We're only 28% down. I already did the numbers at 836. We're only 28% down. Last time, 29% down. And that was only in 4 days. This time in 10 days, they've knocked it down 28. And folks, you can see how resilient it is right here at 837. It's like, forget about it. You're not going to even close below yesterday's low, guys? Come on. Come on. Get it down there below yesterday's low and close it out. That would be something I'd be impressed by. But instead, all I'm watching is more and more shares being given away to people that want it. People like you and me that want it to hold it. Hold it for the gold that it is. Let's get over here. We're going to refresh this right here to see what they're working with, how they're going at it with the one-day chart, what they're trying to do. We saw that triple upside crossover forming right there at 3 o'clock, and they had to defeat that and come at it. They had to, man. They didn't have a choice. They're standing around pulling their hair out of their heads going, how can we make this thing just keep falling? But the people just keep buying it up, and there it goes again, another situation. Look at all those green candlesticks coming in there, folks. Look here. Look down here. Oh, these green now over the last from 345 on. Boom, green, 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 green. 4 out of, and there's 9 greens, 4 reds. That's horrible for the shorts. They don't want to see that shit. I can guarantee you they don't want to see that. Look at this. Look at the little dinky dumps here. 41,000, and someone comes in and says, well, I'll take 166,000. They said, well, we'll dump 45,000. He says, well, that's okay. I'll take 148,000. The next one says, oh, well, we'll dump 94,000. Then this guy comes on the heel of that. Well, we'll take 175,000. You see that? Right? That's very obvious, folks. You can see the little amount they're working with against what they've got coming against them here. Some big buyers piling in here, and look at where we are going now. Look at these candlesticks, folks. Disastrous for the shorts to see this happening right here. And for us, powerful, strong. All these longs coming in here. All these buyers buying in these big green candlesticks for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13 of them. Out of all those, there's only 4 reds, folks. 5 if you count this dinky one here. But folks, look at this. We're dominating now. We've got a 3-to-1 long versus short buying going on. Don't be disillusioned by the small amounts. Look at the money. Follow the money, people. That's what I'm telling you. Keep following the money. And you can see it when I show you these charts. You can see where the money's going and where it's coming in. Look at these buys. God dang, man. They're like, screw that, man. We'll take it. They want it, man, for that price. People want to buy a lot of it for that price, not a little bit. They're buying millions of dollars of it right now, people. I'm proving this to you by what I'm showing you at the bottom of the screen. Those are green candlesticks buying the stock in massive amounts at this price discount, just like many of you and I are doing, but we're not massively buying. But look at all those green candlesticks compared to the red ones in between. There's another massive buy, 167,000 shares at 355. Oh my God. What are these shorts going to do, man? They look at something like this and they go, God dang, man, they got a tiger by the tail, people. They got a tiger by the tail. They're trying to throw away all this money at it, and people just swoop in and buy it up in massive amounts right against their will. You can see it. I'm showing it to you. There's no question about what's happening here. Look at all this accumulation. Who do you think's buying this? Retailers? Hell no. This is accumulation buying. Just look at this price going up. You watch here. Watch what happens in all these greens and reds. You'll see here in the next 4 minutes, 3 minutes, what happens. You see them already. They've all started piling in. They're all started piling in because this thing's going higher, folks. And I've shown the history of it before in the past, and I'm showing it to you now where it's going. Higher, higher, and higher. That's where it's going to keep going. Yep. Look at the Dow, the NASDAQ, all the markets just crashing down. Look at all these green candlesticks, people. Look at all this coming in here. Someone just picked up $2.5 million worth. $2.5 million buy, folks, right there. Look, 279,000 shares. 279,000 shares. Times how much? Times 837. That's a lot of money, folks. Trust me what I'm saying there. And trust me when I'm telling you that these people that are buying here, they're just like you and me. They're opportunists. They know what their efforts are and why it means so much to get this lower number for them after all their losses, and they're piling in on it right now. Look at all these green candlesticks in a row. Refresh this page again. 2 minutes left as we wind this down and get ready to close this out. I'm going to have to actually get out and cut grass again. Hopefully we get it to dry out a little bit here where I can do that. But man, oh man, look at this. Look at this time and look at these spikes on the bottom of the screen. Golly, how can they not see that this is impossible for them to stop? Just look at all this green coming in here. Yike. And look at the 10-day moving average just bounce off this bottom here when they got down to here. It just turned and went right back north again. Golly, that's got to be depressing for them. I tell you, I would be in a very, very bad way if I were them looking at this chart and looking at this 6-month chart and the 1-year chart and having shorted all this back here in the 477s and we're still up over 8, slaughtering them, killing them, and they're paying interest. What I'm telling you is true, folks. Don't doubt it one bit. Here we are in the last minute of the day, and I expect to see a very large green candlestick once again in this last minute, and we'll be able to show it to you on this chart right here. We're going to see a very large green candlestick at the end. This is not going to be a splash close today, folks, I'm afraid. They can't splash it because they don't have enough volume left to splash it with. Look how small the red volume is compared to the greens. Relative, it's a third of the amount of volume they've got to shut it down with versus the buys coming in. That's true. What I'm telling you is 100% true. Look over here. Look at these little dinky cells. Look at all these big greens. Are you catching this? Are you catching it? Yeah, I hope so. Here they come, the last minute of the day. It's 4 o'clock right now, folks. 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. And some of us just filled at the lows of the days. Congratulations. At 837, oh my God, I'm afraid that's higher than the last 2 lows they tried to achieve and retain. I hate to see that on their part because of I know how much they spent to try to keep it from happening. But unfortunately, you got all these people buying in amounts that are massively higher than the sell amounts at the last 5 minutes of the day. See them? Just look down here. Look at that, 41,000 out. 166,000 in, 45,000 out, 148,000 in, and 94,000 out plus 33. That's 120. Well, guess what? Right on the heels of that, 175,000 in, then 50,000 in, then 167,000 in, and then 279,000 in at 356. Look at this, 106,000 in, 167. Folks, follow the money. Okay, and then a splash close in the last minute, 2.5 million that they dumped on it to try like hell to stop the bleeding that just keeps killing these people, right? And look at it in after hours now going on up. All right, and that's unusual for this stock in the immediate after hours. So now we're going to go over to Roblex. This company is going to be announcing earnings right now after the close. Not RBT, Roblex, this one. So I want to keep an eye on this right here after the close because this is when they're supposed to be announcing earnings. All right. RBLX. Look at all that volume that came in here on the end of the day to knock it down to that. So here they come. Roblox stock crashes 21% on Q2 earnings. Is Roblox stock a buy right now? Crashed after the company's Q2 earnings missed. Oh, no. Oh, God. They're barely below the line of estimate, though. Look at that miss. 1 penny? Is that what it is? That's not much of a miss for that big of a drop, that's for sure. But we've seen us beat and drop big time, right? Okay. Anyway, let's get back over here. See what's going on in after hours after the big attempt on their part. Well, folks, I don't know. Good for us. All right, hey, folks, I thank you for being here. Sean Shaw, thanks. More shares at 836. That's right. I agree and understand that. Yes, and that was a good buy. All of us did well. And tomorrow, I think we're going to see a pop, and I think it's going to open around 860, 864. We'll see what happens if I'm right. I want to say farewell to all of you and thank you for being here. I do appreciate your presence while I present my angle and my thoughts and my ideas on why I think we're going to go right on up. And I've had a good time today, and I'm going to think we're going to see a continued move upwards in the after hours and right on up through tomorrow and the next. Like I said, I see maybe 16 to 20 days of upward movement on the lows from this price today that we got it at. So congratulations, everybody who came in with me. Cha-ching. I am going to call it an afternoon, and I'm going to see what the weather's like out, if it's drying up enough for me to get a chance to cut some grass, because we've had a lot of rain here over the last 3-4 days, and so hopefully we'll get a chance. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing here, even in the after hours. It doesn't surprise me. I saw what they tried. We all saw what they tried. We saw how many people were buying at the end of the day versus the sellers. You all see that from this chart, which is more than obvious. A lot of people still believe in SoFi, still acquiring and accumulating shares, just like they did all afternoon from 3:50 until the closing bell. So congratulations to everybody once again who bought in with me, and we will catch you tomorrow. But for now, we're going to jump over here, and we're going to get on over to the OBS, and we're going to jump on to King Cat. Hey, King Cat says, well, I won't be back in just 5 minutes. I'll be back tomorrow. So we're going to pull this off the screen. And thank you very much for being here. Again, I bring to your attention this catfish video of me swimming on the bottom was provided by Money Adventure. And they are on YouTube with their video titled Catfish on the Prowl. So thank you for being here with me, King Cat, and Catfish Tyler today. We've had a good time showing you and buying at the low as we always do. So for now, I just want to say thank you for being here, everyone. And as always, we wish you all the happiness you can find, all the prosperity that you can achieve. We also wish you, as always, the best health you can have, and that you're surrounded with love.